Hello. You cannot see me, huh? Probably should have made sure everything was good. No. No. That one? Oh, crap. Full screen. Hey. Thank you, sir. Doing well. I don't know why that didn't show up. Maybe because I changed the screen at that moment. Where is this one? Crap, this webcam's not working. Neither is that one. What the? It's not even in the list now. What the fuck? Oh, no. Surely one of these would work. Okay, let's see. How about this one? Let's try that one. Nope. Hey, there we go. It's a little slow. Oops. I just didn't bother. It's definitely slow. This is the one set up to my Shellograms turntable. I think it's on like high resolution or something. Maybe this. That seems better. Maybe? No. It's definitely still lagged. What the fuck? It's weird. Whatever. Is it like looking appropriate? Because to me it does not. There's no way this is actually together. Blah. Blah. Whatever. So I introed this. Apparently, 9 Inch Nails has copyright free Creative Commons music, Ghosts 1 to 4, as well as apparently the album The Slip, which is an actual album, whereas these are instrumentals, so it's kind of like a pseudo album, if you will. I think it's for a movie, I don't know, or something. But that's what it was playing earlier, and I'm gonna play it some more. I guess it was what played earlier was sick. I was like, wow, it's totally 9 Inch Nails. The first two, I was like, I don't think I should start with that. They're too. This one is just too slow. It's a nice intro, but 2 is just like a long sound almost. It's very strange. They're not all like music. But I thought that was cool. I was looking for freaking music, and then I got ads on SoundCloud, so I subscribed for a free week at least to use an alternative method. Although in hindsight, I bet this album, all this is probably just in a playlist on YouTube. I could have just played, or in a single video. Since it is copyright free, it probably would have been easily accessible. Like, what the hell? This is such a strange one. It's not really music. I was like, some of it's not even music. Oh yeah, I turned the gain up so I could like be further away maybe and not like get in this sequence of like leaning into the microphone and whispering. I feel like I do that too much where it gets kind of that's how I'm talking. Anyway, I started writing in my book again. Added a little bit. I added this image. I was like, I need like an immediate awesome shalogram that I'm not even going to necessarily talk about in that moment and maybe won't talk about in the book. I don't think I'm going to talk about this shalogram in the book. I could, but I don't think I really... It's not so incredible in like a disproving modern science kind of way, as far as I can contemplate at least. Like there's certainly evidence in it, but it's not like above and beyond other evidences. So I don't see the likelihood of me oh damn. Yeah, that's why I was using those other ones, because it was just better for me. I think this is a better microphone if I do it well, although maybe not. I don't know. Lapels just seem kind of weird. Like I need a freaking microphone, not a lapel mic, but so I started working on this, and in order to work on this, what I was really working on was effectively trying to focus on the history of Ammonites, the interpretations of Ammonites, and how established the basis for them being Ammonites being fossils of sea creatures, how established that is in the early literature, to try to figure out, like, is it established, or is it just basically a starting assumption that someone made, these are seashells, and then has since been like built upon. Because that was my interpretation, is I don't know if they really considered the alternative of it being like actually forming in the earth in some process. To a point where I was basically arguing initially, I was going to just argue. They didn't even fucking think about it. But what I've come to find out is they kind of did. Interestingly, basically what I'm saying once was the predominant viewpoint. I mean, it is like way less exact, but it was just generally they are the products of the earth itself and are not fossils, are not living creatures, the remains in some way. Like modern science is like, oh, we figured out in what way they are, so we did it. But it's not even that. Like they just could tell in their minds, like it could be some sea creature type thing, some creature that remains are, or it could be literally a physical product of the Earth's processes. Yeah. And I wanted to get a really sound like description where if like scientists read through it, they're not gonna be able to be like, he's fucking wrong about this, like this statement here. I need them to really struggle to poke a hole early enough where they just don't bother. So I need to get it at least like somewhat accurate in that regard. So I've added Steno, who apparently, like I had him in here. I mentioned him like this portion somewhat just to hear, and then I like generally had that written, but then I moved on and maybe said something else that he said, but it was like, I also need exact quotes from the book, so I found the book in English here and I looked through it, and maybe I can copy this. I don't think I left it open. I mean, I literally was reading through these things, which were reminiscent of back when I was researching physics and reading through like Newton books and other books that are really not looked at anymore, and like, they're not like referenced in modern sciences literature. It's not like Newton reference 17 in the papers. Really doesn't happen anymore. Maybe like anomalously, but but I said, well, maybe I could find something, and I ended up finding a exact quote on it where he says all these things. So if I just say, in the second part is solved, in the second here. So in this book, he's talking about like Earth stuff. I mean, I certainly didn't read it completely to get like a full bearing on the context, but he's generally like he is considered the source of the law of superposition in geology and probably other geological, like, simple philosophical reasonings of things, where like things above things are younger than things below them, law of superposition kind of thing. He is like the father of that, so he's got like a geological influence, but he's also got this Ammonite influence, and specifically it seems he was more so focused on shark teeth. And he says, I don't know if I were to go on in the book, in the second part is solved, a universal problem upon which depends the unraveling of every difficulty, and it is this: given a substance possessed of a certain figure, say an ammonite, and produced according to the laws of nature, to find in the substance itself evidences disclosing the place and manner of its production. Only a single difficulty vexed the ancients, that is, in what way marine bodies had been left in places far from the sea. So he just assumes marine bodies in that statement, and the question was never raised whether similar substances had been produced elsewhere than in the sea. In more recent periods, the difficulty of the ancients was pressed with less insistence, since almost all were concerned with tracing out the origin of the bodies mentioned. They who ascribed them to the sea accomplished this result. They proved that the bodies of this character could not have been produced by any other agency. They who attributed these bodies to the land denied that the sea could have covered places where they were found, and were wholly engaged in praising the forces of nature, of a nature of which they had little knowledge, forces fitted to produce anything whatsoever. My first question was whether the shark tooth were once the teeth, or this interpreted shark tooth, like fossil, were once the teeth of sharks. This, it was at once apparent, is identical with the general question whether bodies which are similar to marine bodies and which are found far from the sea were once produced in the sea. But since there are found also on land other bodies resembling those which grow in fresh waters, in the air, and in other fluids, if we grant to the earth the power of producing these bodies, we cannot deny it the possibility of bringing forth the rest. It was necessary, therefore, to extend the investigation to all those bodies which, dug from the earth, are observed to be like those bodies which we elsewhere see growing in a fluid, but many other bodies also are found among the rocks possessed of a certain form, and if one should say that they were produced by the force of the place, one must confess that all the rest were produced by the same force. So basically, really giving like a kind of argument in favor for Earth producing it. And if a solid body has been produced according to the laws of nature, it has been produced from a fluid. A body grows while new particles secreted from an external fluid are being added to its particles. This addition, moreover, takes place either immediately from an external fluid or through one or more mediating internal fluids. No decision has yet been made or reached regarding the larger Glossopetri shark tooth as to whether they are shark's teeth or stones formed in the earth. Some have maintained that substances found in the earth, resembling parts of animals, are the remains of animals which once lived on the spot, while others believe that such substances were formed in the earth without reference to animals. I have not sufficient knowledge in these matters to venture an opinion at this time. This is the father, in some ways, of modern paleontology, basically saying in this section, I believe it's down in here, venture and from this portion, the first question was whether this, where, and then it's a thingamajig down to 1. So no decision has been reached. Resembling parts of the earth. I have not sufficient knowledge in these matters to venture an opinion at this time. And then he goes on. And then maybe in the book he ventures an opinion as to that they're not, that they are fossils. But that statement, it sounds pretty open to me, like he didn't know. So one of the main sources certainly even like kind of advocated to both potentials, at least giving credence to the other side in a sort of way how modern science, when faced with like two alternatives that they don't know which is which, will like actually entertain both and for the pros and cons. This seems like it's more in that nature, where he was entertaining both possibilities. And then I looked on, and I found a quote from this book, or from this guy. I was trying to find this Fabio Colonna, who was referenced, and the best I could find thus far was a quote about him. So I'd like to find something beforehand to insert here to like about him beyond just this quote, so it makes sense a bit more, but fits in. But that's all I got right now. Deserves to be distinguished, although he gave to the way to the dogma that all fossil remains were to be referred to the Noachian deluge, etc. He had also merit of being the first to point out that some of the fossils had belonged to the marine and some to terrestrial. Sorry, let's just go. He resisted the absurd theory of Stelluti, who taught that fossil wood and ammonites were mere clay altered into such forms by sulfurous waters and subterranean heat. I'm like, Stelletti who? What did this Mr. Stelletti say? I looked into it. It didn't sound like, as it was put here, it sounded less reasonable almost. But still curious. Like, so they kind of were like on it enough at the time. But in 1832, it's called The Absurd Idea absurd theory, which to me is like something changed between 1669 when Nicholas Steno first basically developed these like foundational models of geology and paleontology and contributed to the sciences developing to a point where the people almost got arrogant and certain, where like this audacity, the absurd theory, it is absurd. Where it's just kind of marginalizing the language itself rather than being like pros and cons where it's way next to each other. It's actually just marginalized, belittled with the language, which to me is like something changed. And then this dude too, just like absolute fact that these are shells of sea creatures by 1800s. So like this change happened somewhere in there, but it's hard to pinpoint what happened. There's no like moment for certain. There's no moment when like one or the other was ruled out. They just basically decided it looks like seashells. They're seashells. We're done investigating the alternative and moved on. We can't envision the alternative, kind of like expanding Earth versus plate tectonics. There were two options. One was actually true. One was bullshit that became just accepted because other people couldn't fathom how the truth was the truth. So they would rather choose something that kind of fits, that seems to make sense at a glance, but the further it's investigated, it has all these holes, but it doesn't matter because we've already ruled out the actual truth. So we can just sit here in this endless sea of pursuit where we just continue to be stuck because our models are fucking wrong. Same thing happened here, apparently, where they already knew the actual truth. That's the crazy thing. In all these instances, the truth was already fucking known. Classical mechanics was true. Dumbasses insisted on falsities. Oh yeah, quantum mechanics, man, it's fly, it's new. Bro, the universe is eternal. It ain't new, bro. Classical mechanics ruled out, dismissed kind of thing in the history books. Sure, it's used all the time, but it's not pursued as like an actual underlying fundamentals of physics when it actually is. Unlike the bullshit that supplanted it, which is just not true. Quantum mechanics is not true. Special relativity, general relativity are not true. They're both just overlays. When classical mechanics was the truth, dismissed it entirely because people just didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. I mean, I don't know. I think it's just it might be. Sometimes I wonder, like, Robert Hooke seemed really integral in making this, like, the future now think a certain way. Like, he was integral to Ammonite interpretation, to physics, and all these things. I'm like, is someone like Robert Hooke, like a fucking time-traveling Illuminati dude, like, totally rigging it all set for the purpose of deception, or where it is like kind of deceptive, where the people behind it knew that they were fucking lying and that it was wrong, while like the useful idiots, if you will, that followed along. No offense, guys, hugs. Kind of like politicians, like there's someone who knows they're deceiving and definitely in politics that happens. I'm not sure that it happened in science, but it may be that it did. I don't know. If it did, then it was because of some truly profound like depth of understanding that would have to be observed with it. Like, clearly there's people that know more than they let on, that are like behind things. So if they're like deceiving that, then it means there's like probably an awareness that comes with it in doing it for a reason that also is tied to like some other like they're aware of that, so they're probably aware of some other things that make them more able to make decisions in ways that are maybe for the best interest, even though it's deceptive. I don't know. Maybe. My thought is it's just arrogance and ignorance and power, and people get in positions of authority. They don't want to relent or lose them. They end up fighting, and typically the people in the wrong are the loudest and most vocal, and they like the most forceful, most imposing, perhaps, where the other people are like actually willing to acknowledge where they have like errors, or not errors, but just like shortcomings in their theories. Say, we don't know. Oh, you don't know? Well, we know. No shortcomings in our theory that has shortcomings all over the fucking place. We know. So your theory's wrong. That kind of shit. The Incredible. Yeah. I mean, Terrence McKenna has at least like become popularized, so if there's anything he has of importance to say, it is being heard by the general public, at least, like enough that it can saturate the world, I would say. So it doesn't really matter, like his ideas have saturated the world. Whereas I'm kind of fucked. Fuck. I need to saturate the world, then I'll look back and be like, oh, now I'm on the other side. So, then I watched this. I was thinking playing this in today's episode is probably copyright free. Probably. It's Library of Congress. I could download it freely. I don't know how it wouldn't be copyright free to the point where I can play it in this video. I mean, it says rights and access, but then it doesn't specify for this video, so I would just say Library of Congress and hope for the best, and include the link to this, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough Terrence McKenna work, honestly. Just like, I haven't found it that like groundbreaking. It kind of reminds me of the podcast I listened to the other day, the My Big Toe guy on Joe Rogan, Tom Campbell or something. Like, it was a lot of fluffy language, like a lot of talk of consciousness and things, and certainly truths. Like, I'm not saying not truths, but like things that are like easily deducible, that are not that like complicated and profound, really. Not that hard to reach of things. I don't know. Like, it's not like I can like sit in Terrence McKenna's life and know his experiences. So when I listen to him, I'm just like, yeah, that's fine, but I'm not like moved that much by it, because I feel like I already generally agree. So it's not like it's like shaking my worldview or anything to hear him. I don't know his scientific like literature or anything. Like, is he one of the ones that worked at the LSD and dolphins? I don't even know. Who did LSD dolphins experiment? NASA funded. Wow. Margaret Lovatz. Not him. Yeah, I don't know. He's very popular. I don't know. It's like a kind of like Graham Hancock, like popular, but not quite to some point of like distinctly higher knowledge. That's how I feel. I mean, maybe in their experiences in their actual like life, it's there, but I don't get it when I listen or haven't. But again, I probably listen to like 3 hours of Terence McKenna and hear him all the time in passing. He's very like cult of personality, popular, if you will, very popular in certain circles. Circles I ride with, but also don't like ride with. Like I need the substance, something juicy. Yeah, consciousness. It's fun to talk about consciousness, but a lot of the times when I hear people talk about it, like again, like Tom Campbell, I'm like, yeah, I know that. But I know I could describe it way better in like certain nuances that generalize it better to make it more like apparent that it's broader, like a broader application of this concept and how it can be applied in way more ways than he's doing, and like how it's important to do that and all these things. But like, yeah, but I mean that's almost lived, you know. Like I've done drugs. Yeah, so like I don't need Terence McKenna telling me I need to do drugs. Like I know, just by my experience. Not that I need to, but like that I like gain from it. That there's like a deeper awareness in it. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh because I haven't really listened to him that much. But again, no, I've tried. I've actually tried. It's kind of like listening to quantum mechanics. I just get kind of bored. Maybe that's how people feel with me. But I'm laying down something never laid down before. Whereas Terence McKenna, I feel, is like at least like the same words are spoken elsewhere. Same concepts are brought up elsewhere. It's not like his contributions are like, I don't know. It's kind of like Tesla. Sometimes he's given like credit for things he didn't do almost. Like, oh, Tesla created free energy and we just never used it and the government's responsible, like that kind of thing. It's like, no, he didn't. Don't play. Like, this is not, even if what he did is like transmits energy, it's not even free energy, and we don't know the ramifications of that. It certainly doesn't seem very good. The things that people are talking about, like the Tesla coils, like, and then like 369, there's nowhere that he's quoted saying this, but people say it, where like things go above and beyond was actually valid. Same happening with like Elon Musk. He gets credit for shit and doesn't get fucking credit for bad shit he does, but he gets credit for the good shit he has no like actual fucking part in. Like, oh, look at this amazing design in this car. Elon, tell us what you did. Well, I got some investors to put their retirement into my company by lying and swindling them out of the money by getting the government to do it. Their pensions are all tied into my company. And then I took the money that was flowing into my company, paid some actually competent people to make some things I told them to design, and they came up with it. I drew a fucking car and with a box surrounded on a piece of paper, said, make this. They said, aye, sir. They made it. That's how I did it. I didn't fucking do a thing except lie, cheat, and swindle, baby. But praise me the more, baby, that's here. Oh, yeah. That's the world we live in. I don't know. I feel like it's very, like that with Terrence McKenna too. Now that he does like the same things, he's more than like he's actually contributing in some regard. But I might be wrong because I haven't listened. Like, I've done drugs though. I've done drugs. I feel like there's people out there that are way above and beyond Terrence McKenna. And like he's almost like a fucking gatekeeper then. Good enough is way better, but he's good enough, kind of like Trump. Way better options, but fuck it, he's good enough, they say. You know, we could look for other options and not just take the ones they hand to us. He's good enough. It's kind of same shit with Terrence McKenna. He got through, good enough. Oh, he's talking about cool shit no one's talking about. Look how drugged out he looks. He's got beard, glasses. Oh, he definitely does drugs. Definitely does drugs. Look, he got a tie-dye shirt on in that picture. My lord. That man was on some drugs. I'm talking too much shit now, sorry. Oh, Terrence, he's not here to defend himself. Much love, Mr. McKenna. Kind of like Richard Feynman, I talk shit on him. He didn't know what electromagnetism was. Look at him talking circles around the question. It's not a complicated question. He's making it complicated by talking circles around it. Dislike, dislike, dislike. I have a Richard Feynman video where I react very pointedly to his lack of understanding of magnetism, where he like beats around the bush basically. And people really did not like it. But he's also dead and long dead and gone, loved. Another cult of personality. Just can't pick on the dead, I guess. Reasonable enough. It is kind of fucked up. First of all, just can't defend themselves. Maybe they can. I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken and they can. Terrence is watching right now. Listening. That son of a bitch. I'll show him. That's why I hid all this information from him. I made sure he didn't listen. I gave him stupid shit to listen to. Oh, look at this link of my worst clip I ever spoke. Wow, that's mediocre. Yeah. Deserved. Okay. What is going on? This is going on. I came across this crop circle in a Joe Rogan episode with Tom Campbell. They were talking about this. I was like, they said it represents pi. I was like, what the? Apparently, I mean, it really does. If it's an authentic crop circle, it represents pi by having 1, 2, 3 decimal point being a move out. They're just like the next position over. So 3, 1, so moves out, goes over 1 unit and moves out, and then goes over 4 units, moves out, goes over 1 unit, moves out, goes over 5, moves out, etc. just need to do some mushrooms. I need to do some shrooms. He did way more shrooms than I've ever done, that's for sure. That man has done shrooms in his life. I cannot foul him, and I know enough of shrooms to know that's probably useful. But anyway, well, but this was cool. So it definitely represents pi. 100% it represents pi. This crop circle here. But my thought is, does it like represent something else too by its like moving outward? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, just kind of like how many go around here? 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So starting at the top, interestingly, at the top, going like down and around, like falling. Well, supposedly this is a crop circle that needed like translated. Someone like on the internet figured it out. And it really apparently is pi. And there's no, I don't know if there's like a argument against this crop circle being authentic or not. I mean, it's incredible. If someone made that, that's kind of crazy. I guess I could see it. It's simpler than others, for sure. But it's also pretty complex of a topic. Like, they'd have to create a really cool number system thing here that might actually be relevant, I guess. That's my what I'm thinking. Like, maybe it is relevant to ammonites and how like energy flows around a circle, if you will. Something like measuring some number that's actually represented in it by like how the energy propagates and moves outward in some way. I don't know if that's translatable from this to something more universal, I guess. Like, why would if a numbering system like this existed, what might it do? Like, it looks like it has a function, like a gear almost. Like it could have certain interactions with something else that then like matters on the shape. And then different numbers have different shapes that then lead to different interactions that matter. That where it's basically like zooming in really close, it looks more like this maybe. Almost like discrete movements where like a current flow is going around one boundary and then it has to move out a unit and then continue around at a further out boundary and then move out a unit, continue, move out, continue, move out, continue. Or maybe it's even representing something that is less discrete, where it moves more fluidly out in a like linear wrapping around kind of way. I don't know. or it's pre-existing in like human literature and it's not as cool and maybe fake. I don't know. But I just kind of left it open so I would mention it at some point. I noticed Rudrock's Guru took their store down from Etsy. Some new shalograms. This one's kind of crazy. Right there, that was playing. Like, all these lines around the front look pretty subtle. This one skips. It goes from up higher, down a little bit, down, kind of like that thing where it's moving like discreetly down or up at different energy levels. But then having multiple rings that as they go around the top are kind of incredible. That looks like a chakra in the back. Whoa. These things become really just gouges cut into the rock. Incredible. Like, what the? Ulam the Spiral. It's not quite the same. What was depicted there, at least. This here. Like, it's not depicted on a circle of like up to 10, and then like this one goes 1, 10. Like 20 is not like over there, it's like way over here. 30 is up here, 40 is over here. Like, they're not really coming back to 10, 10, 10 to the same spot. Or multiples of 10. Which seems relevant to the actual structure of the thing. To be like materially a different thing where it's like novel over that right there, unless that's like depicted also that way. Are we still listening to freaking 9 Inch Nails? Yep. Ghost 22. Oh damn, we're down there. There's 38 files. Prime numbers appear to concentrate along certain diagonals. That's cool. That they're concentrated at diagonals. These are kind of diagonal that way. Very odd. I feel like there were some really significant things. That's the problem with not like talking immediately when thoughts happen. Not writing things down. I could. Feel like there was some stuff around Earth, but I don't even know. I don't remember anything. That was I wasn't specifically looking at Earth. So nothing that should come up in this recently. So probably not that. I think it was mostly Shalagram related. I'm really trying to like figure out the relationship of ammonites to atoms. Like atomically, what can I take from this structure confidently to understand what's going on with atoms better? Because it's definitely synonymous and very useful to draw the parallels. It's hard to do so, I guess, in practice without, I almost feel like I have to like really research the details of ammonites to get a better bearing on those in general. Because I feel like my book would be incomplete if I didn't try to come up with a better parallel. Like, basically, I would like to include the periodic table of currents in some form and relate it to ammonites. The periodic table of currents. I don't know why I can't zoom in on these anymore. What the freak? That zoom button over here is not doing anything. What the fuck? Weird. Oh, I think I just image searched my periodic table of currents on Bing. Let's copy image, see if I can find it on Google Images. Well, there's that. Cutting garden plans. Vargotama rules. Wouldn't that be crazy if there was some like Vedic relationship? What the fuck is this? Trying to hide it. Freaking brings the ad back. Okay, can I skip? Why is it? It didn't even count it when I scrolled it away. I was like, fuck you then. Didn't count, bitch. You gotta watch this print PDF ad. It's not even an ad. There's not even a freaking ad. I guess I gotta turn off this here. I can't fathom how this would relate in any way. That's interesting though. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it starts at 1. Goes into the hundreds. 108. That's pretty comparable to like the periodic table in some way. Oh, this one even says periodic table possible. Unfolded shape of atomic nuclei. Whoa. Folding nuclei like a fucking ammonite. A possible proton nucleon distribution that can grow vertical representative transition and inner transition axes bound with valence neutrons standing a core of likely expanding and cobalt, nickel, those ones. Rhymney, I don't know what that one is. Palladium, which was naturally within proton and neutron drop lines and roughly able to fit in nuclear fission phenomena. The hell is this? 2017. I did not want to do that. Curious. 1. Where's 1? Oh. Guess that's an address. Well, it looks like this person might be independent. That's why. If it's independent. Let's see. Okay, it's only off fission. Periodic table seems to correspond to folding. Okay, we already read that. Periodic table with the elements accumulated today is well known and plays a basic role in physical science. Its nature, that is bewildering, was traditionally explained by Bohr. An atomic periodicity, though about in the meantime, it has been proven to result from the proton number. This seems possible to attribute to that a real cubic distribution of Z in a nucleus might have not been revealed to the author's knowledge. However, it may be a flaw to pay little attention to the proton number that could convey a nuclear periodicity to some extent. For example, magic nuclei of these numbers are almost inconsistent with noble nuclei gases of these numbers, while noble nuclei appear too close naturally. Too close? That can display a cubic Z. It was observed in analysis molecular structure starting from a curiosity that whether an atomic mass has an influence upon molecular bond energy about in the summer of 1987. This is very, very, very translated into English poorly, but that's okay. Nuclear folded and unfolded frames. What in the red, yellow, green are very, very difficult to translate. What the hell he's talking about? Nuclear folded. I mean, it would help if I read all of it, probably, but I also don't remember chemistry even that well. I'm a freaking chemical engineer who doesn't remember chemistry that well. That's been a long time. Like, well enough to like just know what they're saying and like times certain words and things like that. For example, where are P1 locations of reference? Green are alpha clusters. Where are P1 location proton locations of representative transition and inner transition elements respectively. 4P1 were sunk into the first period in old group. What is going on? Oh, I think he's literally proposing a revisal of these based on something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, Where's 21? 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 27, 28, 29, 30. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. What is going on? This is kind of curious. Just like the spinning of it. I don't even know what it, like, what is happening. 8A, 2B, 1C. Wait, what? 1A. Alright, wait, what is going on here? C. 1C. Oh. 8A. 8A. 18. Okay. 18, 16, 54. 118, 80, 16, 86, 54, 36. 18, 10, 2. Okay, so that is there. 27, 28 are there. For some reason. 45, 46 is there. Where's iron? Iron. I asked that because iron is relevant to things like supernova. Where is iron? It seems to be there. Whatever that means. And then right before it goes back to the center area. 1A. The center is just kind of plugged in there. Oh, maybe it's going across this way. Oh, 112. 2B. Is there 5B? It's over there. I'm so confused about what number this is. Basic nuclei, hydrogen, helium, neutron, dineutron appears. A nuclei that can be separated into core, middle, and skin. Core plus middle equals Cm. Skin particle, Sp. Its particle structures and distributions was called skin configuration. Skin sounds almost like a matrix. If there is such a thing in any way related to atoms. Collectively, Cm is a noble nucleus and core is a 4 helium. Okay, what the frick? Table 1. Periodic distribution of nucleons for the maximal abundant isotopes. Ooh. I don't know what this means, but it looks like translatable. based on I assume, some kind of ring structure. No clue. Along with nuclear crystal growing to the fourth layer, its skin area will increase enough to hold another 4B alpha clusters in between 4A alpha clusters. Further, its core will be intensified in old group 8B to support increasing mass. Whoa. Wow. This is lead, crystal image of lead and water, I guess. Doesn't seem to be water over there. I don't know what 1H216O. I don't know what the hell. I got 1 and 16. Oxygen 16. Hydrogen 1. Protium or whatever. Crystal images. Closed circles are protons. Open circles are neutrons, apparently. Wow. I don't know where this is coming from. Like, I see nowhere that they're like distinguishably measuring that and like coming up with that crystalline structure of an atom. I've never even heard of a crystalline structure of a single atom and the arrangement of its like protons and neutrons in a like distinguishable way where they actually say like this is the arrangement of the things within in that way, like in such a like absolute way where it's like a crystalline structure. Never really heard of that. I mean, I could see it like existing. I'm just not sure that we've measured anything that is like that. That's pretty cool though. So there's something periodic table related that popped up when I, maybe because it says the periodic table of currents on it. Here's mine. Dvarka. Oh snap. Somewhere in here, the periodic table of currents is on it. Whoa. The good old days when I bothered to do anything. That's a cool picture. Ew, damn, I freaking compiled a lot of shit in this. Yeah. Oh my god. No one cares. Life. Dear God, what a compilation. Shit people ain't seen before at the least. What the fuck is this? cares? It's crazy. It's fucking out of this world. How's that even happen? I don't know. I was thinking though, I might probably gonna eat at some point, and I could potentially play this video while I eat, wherever it went. Or I could kind of just start playing now. I was thinking I would play it during the video. It's in Applied Physics Research, this paper. Canadian Center of Science and Education. So it got published. It's not just like someone's writing like me. No offense, self. But like, I know what that's like. There's no one fucking editing and checking because they don't fucking agree with you. So you just gotta deal with it and publish on your own. And a lot of people just write shit that like kind of looks like a paper, but it's just self-published, like me. And a lot of times it's just not true, but has this like appearance of being a published paper. That one was published, so it at least got through the checks of modern science where they saw something of value in it. Not that that matters, it just means that at least when I look at it, there is this like, it computes with things that they agree with, at least element to it. My work does not agree with them, so maybe this is like not too controversial overall. I don't know. To explain fission phenomena, rely on what a nuclear model was based on. However, this work seems nuclear. It's interesting. It's nuclear. Nucleus. Where the neutrons are. Neutrons matter. Neutrons matter. I should make a t-shirt that say neutrons matter. It would make no sense to anyone. No one would understand what that meant, but I would understand. Because it's the periodic table, really, of neutrons, too. And the periodic table of currents. Way more about the neutrons than protons. Neutrons matter. Although people would get mad at me, I'd be an advocate. What do you mean? What are you trying to fucking play on Black Lives Matter or whatever? Oh, White Lives Matter. Oh, Great Lives Matter. Whatever, man. Lives Matter. No. Dude. Shit can't matter unless we said so. You're not allowed to care about things unless we said so. And only during the phase when you say you can. At which point you better be fucking caring about the next thing when we're on to that thing. Okay. I'll just talk sometimes. That's cool. That's cool. Okay. Go back to this. So like I was trying to go through these, contemplate ways, like for example, the Devonian species are really not what is traditionally considered ammonites. It's more of the Ammonotida, this one here. The earlier ones are like different varieties. They're still ammonites, but they're different and structurally different in some way where they've been differentiated and labeled this time frame. So like there must be some energy that changed across time that's traceable in the fossils by the energy change that would change, like be required, something that would go from this shape to that shape to that shape to that shape to that shape. Like, it's almost like going through the periodic table, maybe. I don't know why Earth would just create a bunch of like the same variety. It would basically seem like it was like the depth of the water changed across time. That's the simplest thing I can think of. The floodwater depth changed. And the resultant and just like the overall energy of the floodwaters were changing, but in what way that would universally create like a tendency for the ammonites to structurally look like this. And then at a different time to structurally beforehand look more like this, where they're like, that's different. Structurally, they tend to look more like that at a different time. It's really interesting. We can see like a flow generally going around this way, and then an abrupt point here where it seems to actually be pushing in this way, like around the siphuncle area, but an overall current atop the shell that's pushing back here, while the rest of the structure looks more like a flow going this way. There's definitely things of that nature at play with the shape of the suture patterns, where there's like different eddies adjacent one another that are flowing around and interacting. Probably an inlet eddy and an outlet eddy that are generally occupying the same space. Interacting with one another and creating complexities in their suture patterns. So it would mean like the eddies were changing and across time. How many eddies were forming in the water tended to change. Like in terms of within an eddy, like the amount of flows like going one way and the other along this would maybe be changing too by different pressures that then led to when these formed, just different conditions generally being present somehow. Somehow the change in the flood across time yielded first a certain variety of ammonites, and then later the final variety that we ended up getting in like the Jurassic and that shallograms tend to have. But like these classifications are not even the whole of it. There's some others too, and apparently I'm reading Wikipedia, but I did get a book, The History of Paleontology. I forget what it's called. Let's see. Ordered it on Amazon. It is called The Meaning of Fossils: Episodes in the History of Paleontology by Martin Rudwick. This book here, which was recommended by paleontologists or people very interested in the subject, to a point where I basically would equate them as effectively good sources of paleontology books. So this one hopefully has some more information I can add to my own book too. I got it for $10. Pretty stoked. Now it's minimum $40 for hardcover. I got it for $10. Boom. Thanks whoever that was that sold it for $10. But apparently there's like some like record of all the types of invertebrate, including ammonites, that is documented in this thing. That's maybe like a commonly cited place where all these ammonites are compiled, so that might be worth looking into. I don't know how easy it would be to actually find this. Holy crap, guys. Is that loud? It sounds pretty weird. It's pretty strange. Some of this music's pretty strange. Maybe I'll get a next one. Boop. This is kind of weird. There's probably been other ones like that, but I noticed that one. So apparently the shell is called the phragmocone. Shell of the ammonite is called the phragmocone, which then contains chambers called chimerae that are divided by thin walls called septa. So basically the chambers have walls called septa that, like I guess when the ammonite fossilizes in a shallogram case like this one. Like there's divides in the chamber then. Come on, man. Focus on it. Maybe if I get it all up in there. Oh, shit. For some reason this actually seems to work. Kind of see the divides between the chambers. So there's actually like empty void space. So I guess those void spaces would be considered to be the septas that were like contained some material that hardened as like occupying the space of the shell, but not actually being the ammonite, but instead the septa has since is gone. So there's this path, this void there where current flowed basically. Only the last and largest chamber, the body chamber, was occupied by the living animal at any given moment. I don't know on what grounds they say that. It's kind of like on what grounds, but let's assume there's on a grounds. Then that grounds would be that what they're really seeing is evidence for the movement of the focal point of the eddy. My thought is if there is a current. Where is this pen? So much shit on here. Like if there is an eddy that starts here. It's starting here. So it's swirling inward, but then it literally pushes in material into the center. So it struggles to focus the eddy there. So instead, it eddies next to it, and then it builds more material, builds more, and starts building as an eddy, basically, that starts here, then starts to go outward. so that it's basically at any given point, it's trying, if you will, to go to some actual focal point, but it's building the ammonite in the way, so then it rotates around it. So like if it builds a block here and it wants to be here, it's not going to sit here, it's going to move over to say here, and then let's say builds more material abutting this, and then moves over because it's like shifting this way, so it moves over and generally just like builds material around, and ultimately though, then at some point what ends up happening is there's an eddy that wants to be over here but is over here in the ammonite, and then at some point the eddy moves outside of some region where it is able to not be wanting to go over there, and instead it divides past like a escape velocity, if you will, escapes the system itself and becomes its own system. I was looking at a bunch of shallograms yesterday that maybe to put in my book. I don't know where they are. I mean, all these. Thinking about putting this one in early, but I think I'm going to talk about it. Like, so incredible. Obviously not a fossil. It's got too many anomalies. This, up, over. Literally the same shape as this thing going on, but on a large, grand scale where we can really see on this side. It just stops. Like, it clearly was a larger eddy that was forming portions of the stone that then kind of like basically the larger eddy spawned a smaller eddy that kind of did essentially this, where it broke free. Maybe not like this way, but like off this way. Break like an eddy over here, breaks free from the confines of some other eddy that's actually generally only able to like hold things within it within a certain range, and then like flows out of it are able to leave certain ways. So over here it tends to do that, but it also can do it in certain like energetic positions where it tends to have weak points where it can flow. So it's possible to flow off the side somewhere as well and like lead to a separate like flow from it that's not flowing back into it, which then if that happens, if it's like flowing off of it, then it's gonna flow into resistance. So it just is gonna tend to eddy more than likely. At some point it's running into resistance and going to likely eddy, which is why these are happening in the first place, because they're constantly running into, as the current flows, it moves a little bit, runs into resistance, eddies some more, moves a little bit, runs into resistance, eddies some more, creates a bunch of shallograms in the process. Some of these I was really looking at. I got two proofs coming. This one I was looking at really closely yesterday, trying to figure out what is happening. Like, here, you see this one, there's two ammonites. One here, chakra here. Clearly the boundary between them is highly interfacial, like something's up. Ammonites would not be able to be this close to each other, first of all. Physical shells would not overlap in this way. It even cuts into the segment there, like anomalously, demonstrating even more so that there's a relationship. So I was thinking about this, like what happened here? It seems like maybe the current kind of did something like this, where it went off the side of this one, like an eddy here. So it's like flowing in. But maybe it goes like off of it here and eddies here. So it's like creating another eddy that works with it, because this one's going counterclockwise, this one clockwise. So adjacently, they are going the same direction. So they like work together kind of. Which then would maybe kind of run into that area. Then there's this like down here that doesn't really make sense. Like this shape is kind of weird. It looks almost like it started smaller, formed an actual ammonite like mass back here. Maybe was trying to form chakras back there, even like along that path. But there's like clear evidence of this ammonite extends all the way to the boundary of this one. It's over here too, but it's not a normal ammonite shape. Like it shouldn't be that way. This ammonite goes like this, which means the ribs should go like this way. Down, up, over, back. These are not in the same direction. They look like they're unrelated, therefore, but they're clearly related as part of the same friggin' structure. Like it even flows into it, basically. Definitely a relationship between this ammonite and this feature over here. And then these are interrelated, and then there's this opening here. There's an opening over here, and notice down here there's this little black center around like a gold circle thing, which seems to be this black center around gold circle thing. So if we go back, black center around gold circle thing, and then this thing with an opening there. So this thing with an opening there. So that means this over here, this ammonite, is this ammonite. And that means as this circle thing goes this way towards another ammonite, it's this thing. So if we go over here, this circle thing goes towards another ammonite, this one. So this one is this ammonite, just flipped, which is kind of crazy, like seeing it from this angle. Totally don't see the openings in the ammonite. There's no like evidence of this void that is clearly there on this side. It's almost like a overhanging thing at that point that hides the openings. But anyway, here's an ammonite in relationship. So like this one's over here. Maybe we can get that one first. This has some ribs. Clearly it's like structurally an ammonite type thing with a lobe out this way, even though it's weird. Like it didn't form the chakras normally. It's very strange. But it does have like a lobe type thing that basically approaches the chakra there. Like it distinguishably differentiates in terms of where the pyrite is visible in that region. And then it has this opening, which has ribs that look kind of like, it looks like a freaking ammonite. Like if I were to just see this alone, in and of itself, I would say ammonite. Where like here's a lobe out here. This thing, even furthering it, and then like a divide generally in this area where like a chakra is forming another chakras forming kind of thing up there, which then has the rib type things forming away from the chakras up here, down there. So it seems to be an ammonite, like in it when I see this. But the crazy thing is, there's an opening. Like, this is the other side, so clearly this opening is here. It has to be. There's nowhere else in this stone that opening we just looked at could be at. So somehow, that mass looking through this opening, even though it's clearly part of this ammonite, not some other ammonite, even though that is the case, it was eroding the side like this to a point where it actually has structure and like anomalous definition over here in this lobe, where it's literally looking in the side of this. At the side of this thing is this erosional lobe shape like this that has like a center that's more eroded. Maybe this one doesn't show it the best, but that's a very common thing in lobes. So it's really like evident, like even here, this thing at a lobe. Same thing happening at a parent lobe, but it's literally in the freaking ammonite. It's in this thing. So it's not really an ammonite, because it can't be. It's being eroded into the freaking matrix that the ammonite is composed of. But while the ammonite it's being eroded into is still visible and retained in the original material of the rock. It's not like it's been separated. It's not like we're just finding a chunk like this and then there's an ammonite in it like this. It's not like we're just seeing a little piece and seeing an ammonite like that. Here's an example of one where it might be harder to tell. Oh, well, that could be blah, 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 blah. It could be blah, blah, blah. All the fucking excuses that people make for why these are fossils when they're not. Like this one, where it's a piece of an ammonite that has an ammonite in it. Piece of an ammonite with ribs on its surface, clearly a chamber, a chunk of an ammonite that has subsequently had an ammonite eroded into it. Makes no damn sense. Except just, time erosion coincidence. We are going to ignore everything you say because we already figured it out. That's how it makes sense, dude. We already figured it out. So as long as we don't think about it again, it makes sense. That also makes perfect sense. Don't question us. Makes sense. Same thing that seems to be going on here, though, where it's not like clearly an ammonite in the way that one was, where it was just distinguishably an ammonite. There's no question. There's a freaking ammonite in the stone. In the ammonite. There's no question there's an ammonite in the ammonite. It is there. And where the whole of it is just a chunk of an ammonite. There's no question. But on this one, there is a question. And because it's so impossible to like refute it, it just isn't the case in this case. It can't be an ammonite. It just looks like it. But like, what about these lines? Sure, they kind of point like that way, but they don't look at all related to these. Like, they're really not that. They're not that. We can say that for sure, that it would look more like that, which is the edge of this ammonite. It looks way more like the nucleus around an ammonite chakra. Like this. It looks way more like that than like this. Like somehow influencing. So clearly, I mean, just yet again, that's what I came to conclude. Yet again, another proof. Just another absolute proof these are not fossils. And cannot be fossils. And will never be fossils. It doesn't matter how many papers and how many people and how much certain everyone is about it. Just not fossils. Not the case. Way cooler than fossils. That's the thing. They don't even fucking get it. It is literally way cooler than they realize. I would go ahead and say millions of times cooler. So much cooler, it doesn't even compare. The boring ass falsity of modern science strikes again. Did we bore you? That's why you can't learn, because it's boring and wrong. It's hard to learn boring and false information without getting bored of it. So cool. I was thinking of kind of compiling some that looks similar. That's why I got a bunch of tabs open. Also, I was trying to decide which one I wanted to put in the book in that area. That I chose that one amazing one. Another one that's kind of dividing. This is what I was looking for. One on one side, one on the other, with some kind of clearly like differentiating region between them. In this case, it's got freaking teeth things. Doesn't make any damn sense either. But who cares? Because we already figured it out. Modern science. Everyone knows it's true. Trust the science. So 9 Inch Nails. What was the other album I saw? It was The Slip. Let's see. 9 Inch Nails. The Slip. Do not play closer, because that certainly is not. Here we go. Ten tracks of 9 Inch Nails, The Slip. Supposedly free. This one's on me, Trent Reznor. Cool. I don't know if I ever listened to this album. Okay. Just like this one. This one is a good example too of something really, really profound. Like, when people get their head out of their ass and we can figure this shit out, there's gonna be things like this that matter too. Like, clearly right here is a chakra boundary, like this here. It just looks like a chakra with all the ribs off of it this way. But like the actual elevation of it that goes up is like a shot, like essentially a chakra should be here. But what is here is some molded, like this thing. Maybe I should use another color. There's this thing that basically goes to it. Has ribs this way. This brachiopod thing, I guess, as it would be interpreted by modern science. But then next to it, kind of flowing from it, but not quite. Not exactly the same boundaries. I feel like I remember now looking at this, because I remember these boundaries were slightly different. Like it goes up and then over. And this is here, here. Wrapping around like that, somewhat. Not really well shaped over here. But like this area is distinctly different from there. Just molding these energies together that seems to be relevant. Like when there's two of these things that kind of like near each other. It seems like there's a collision of currents, so maybe in this case one going generally this way and one going generally this way, leading to this one and this one, but then leading also to an eddy that was creating a chakra here, but it wasn't able to do it into this some reason. I guess it just like pressure's relieved and like the things that were happening just got kind of saved as they are like this by seemingly eroding like the rest of the stone. Like this was maybe contained more and it just eroded out and cut the stone enough, the layers, to like relieve the pressures that were leading to this, maybe forcing the currents against it more and through the material, literally shaping the material in ripples. Very reminiscent though of this other one that I have. Down here, this one, where we've got the chakra, literally, the chakra here, this thing out that way, another one out the other way. I think another one, actually, I'm not even sure. I might have just added that in my head. But overlapping these things, where then inside of it is an ammonite structure sort of forming that we looked at very closely before and saw all sorts of things, and then these kind of colliding in a way where it's like interacting but not quite creating an ammonite, but doing like a lot of the parts of an ammonite, just not connecting in a way where the energy is able to flow more ammonite-like. Like it's still disconnected energies. They're not quite like pointed at each other, I guess. Something to do with that at play, where there's like really a colliding energy that's maybe spraying out sideways, like colliding, spraying out like resistance. Colliding, if it were, where then it sprays out in resistance sideways, which then kind of bubbles out though. Bubbles out, fills an area, and then it bubbles out again. Bubbles out again by taking weak points, like going out this way at the far end, bubbling it out, probably contributing to the bubbling effectively of the area because essentially currents come out the far tip there. You got the top end, which then like maybe would lead to this, but more so on the bottom side where the pressures are. It's just pushing all the currents to and the resistances, so that those are the weak points at those points. So then it extends, but then it leads to an actual flow and an eddy. That's like because of this colliding of pressures where there's a eddy resultant as the flows go outward. Picturing like this, inflow, and then just spinning on an axis. Definitely something like that at play that's leading to the straight structure of ammonites, where there's actual collision. It's certainly a top dominant, bottom recessive, and the bottom is probably a result of buildup. That then like piles where it's coming through. Essentially leading to an actual pressure, physical resistance as it builds up, which then pushes outward from this inflow. It's actually a flow that is actually like just feeded back from the bottom, and once it establishes this flow well enough. Okay, fed back. Okay. I might play this and take a break. I mean, I would like to watch it. So I'll probably be here for some of it and watch it on my phone, but I'll probably not actually engage while it's playing, just so I can take a break. I mean, maybe that's not very copyright friendly, but it's important, so I would not think that would be fun. I'm not really doing a reaction if I'm just playing it though, so it's kind of just in there, and I can't argue reaction, at least in the moment. I can certainly argue it after the fact when I return and speak on it, but I can't even respond in the moment when something actually important is said. Maybe I should be present when I play it, but it would be nice to do it while I take a break. Maybe I could play something else. Could play something else, then it would be a lot of videos, but I'm just kind of trying to document stuff, maybe be more. I was definitely intending to be more casual in these. I was thinking about it in terms of not, it's okay if I spend like episodes just kind of casually researching and not have it be the most exciting, because that's okay. And sharing the research. That's right, there's this. Oh yeah. I could. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just thinking more copyright reasons, unfortunately. I could probably play Earth from a different angle, but that's pretty short. I'd hate to play my ancient Dwarka video. KT Boundary events, I could play that. Did he say fuck the system? It's definitely not fuck the system. I need your discipline. I guess that's what he's saying. But I could play Spheres. That's also relatively short. KT Boundary event. Maybe I could play that one. I don't want to like recycle stuff like that, but it's pretty long. I'd be gone like 40 minutes or just interrupting it. Or I could play it in this where it's more manageable. Like I could just go like this and just play it. And then pause this. And then this is a 18-minute video. So I could just be back. I'll be back. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back.
Events of the KT boundary, more than an impact. Geological time is separated based on stratigraphy and various dating methods, such as radiometric dating. The Cretaceous-Tertiary KT boundary, also known as the Cretaceous-Paleogene KPG boundary, is found at approximately 66 million years ago, according to radiometric dating. This is known as when the dinosaurs went extinct. It's the most recent of the Big Five mass extinctions: the End Cretaceous mass extinction, End Triassic, End Permian, Late Devonian, and Late Ordovician. Here's an image of the KT boundary. The initial proposed cause for the extinction of the dinosaurs was suggested to be a nearby supernova event by Russell and Tucker in 1971, which might have caused the extinction of many animals, including dinosaurs. In 1980, Alvarez et al. Put forth the impact hypothesis. Iridium is considered extraterrestrial, but it was concluded to not be from a nearby supernova due to a lack of plutonium isotopes found in the layer. Quote, "Reasons are given to indicate that this iridium is of extraterrestrial origin, but did not come from a nearby supernova. A hypothesis is suggested which accounts for the extinctions and the Iridium observations. Impact of a large Earth-crossing asteroid would inject about 60 times the object's mass into the atmosphere as pulverized rock. Chicxulub was later proposed as the impact site by Hildebrand et al. In 1991. As described by Mittal et al., in a surprising coincidence, the end Cretaceous KPG boundary microfaunal extinction also corresponds precisely in time to what may have been the largest meteor impact of the past billion years of Earth's history, the Chicxulub crater at 66.05 MA. The Deccan Traps eruptions were underway well before KPG Chicxulub time and are most likely the result of the mantle plume head that initiated the presently active Réunion hotspot track. Thus, the Deccan Traps were clearly not generated fundamentally by the impact. Deccan Trap volcanism was not continuous and spiked after 66.052 million years, where 50 to 75% of the lava volume occurred after this mark. Described again by Sprain et al., the eruptive tempo of Deccan volcanism in relation to the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary. Late Cretaceous records of environmental change suggest that Deccan Traps volcanism contributed to the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary ecosystem crisis. Nor is Chicxulub the only KT boundary impact. The Nader crater, discovered offshore of Western Africa, has a stratigraphic framework suggesting that the crater formed at or near the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary, approximately the same age as the Chicxulub impact crater. As described by Nicholson et al., the Nader crater is situated at or very near the KPG boundary, based on our seismic stratigraphic framework for the Guinea Plateau and that of previous studies. This suggests that the Nader crater, if confirmed as an impact crater, approximately coincides with the Chicxulub event in Mexico. This potential temporal coincidence with the Chicxulub event in Mexico leaves open a number of possibilities, including that 1. The Nader impact may have been part of a binary asteroid or have formed by partial breakup of the larger Chicxulub asteroid that led to the major KPG extinction event, or 2, it may have been part of a longer-lived impact cluster, or 3, may be causally unrelated to Chicxulub. Here we see the central uplift of Nader crater, as well as what has been termed a seismic pull-up processing artifact, curiously flowing with the crater itself. Then there is the Baltish crater, another end-time Cretaceous impact. Comprehensive argon-argon dating of a range of melt samples yields a mean age of 65.17 plus or minus 0.64 MA, within errors of the KT boundary. Their proximity does raise the important question of how many impacts there might have been close to the KT boundary. The Shiva structure, a possible KT boundary impact crater on the western shelf of India, is believed to have formed around 65 million years at the KT boundary. The Tefé River structure shows geophysical evidence of a possible impact structure at the KT boundary in Brazil. The Silver Pit crater, whose structure affects Cretaceous chalk and Jurassic shales and is well preserved below several hundred meters of post-impact tertiary strata, which constrains its age to be 60 to 65 million years old. The Jebel Hadid structure in Libya. The age of the structure is probably post-early Cretaceous to pre-Pliocene, bears a strong morphological resemblance to the impact structure of Tin Biter in Algeria. The age of the Tin Biter impact is poorly constrained to less than 66 million years by stratigraphy, the youngest geological unit affected by the event being the approximately 66 million year old Maastrichtian limestones. Kara-Ust-Kara twin impacts. It has been suggested that the Kara impact event may be associated with the KT boundary event. Previously reported potassium-argon ages showed wide margins of uncertainty and clustered around 60 million years, while more recent potassium-argon determinations seem to support an association with the KT boundary. Our own analysis of several argon 4039 age spectra, however, indicate an age of greater than 70 million for the Kara impact event, perhaps close to the age of the Campanian-Maastrichtian boundary. Even if there is no association with the KT boundary event, a double impact leading to craters of approximately 65 and 80 kilometers diameter must have been an important geological event with possible global significance. If of impact origin, the age of the Omeonga structure can be constrained to late Cretaceous Cenozoic according to the youngest units in which the ring structure was formed. Magnetic fields associated with a probable late Cretaceous astrobloom at Dumas, Saskatchewan. In addition, major steps in orogenies also were occurring. In the Himalayas, collisional events began with collision of India and the Trans-Tethyan subduction zone in late Cretaceous to early Paleocene time, followed by the collision of India plus Trans-Tethyan ophiolites with Eurasia in mid-Eocene time. Additionally, volcanic rocks in southern Tibet dated to 66 to 63 million years. In the Western Alps, grains having apparent ages up to 66 million years were determined in crystal cores by in situ laser probe analysis, while ages as young as 45 million are typical of the crystal rims. Another study in the Western Alps shows characterization of metamorphism conditions under which diagnostic mineral fabrics were formed, thereby linking the strain history with the PT evolution. Isotopic dating of minerals, which could be related to specific segments of the PT deformation path to define the age of the high-pressure metamorphic peak and rates of subsequent exhumation, which might be related to regional tectonics. The uranium-lead age of Sphene at 66 million years is most likely to record an age during the high-pressure event, although the exact point on the PT path is poorly defined at present. Magmatic and metamorphic ages in the Cessia zone of Western Alps were analyzed. The Cretaceous ages constrain the timing of the high-pressure metamorphic stage. As shown, magmatism occurred first, starting in the Devonian, with metasomatism occurring through the Triassic, concluding with metamorphism across the KT boundary. In the Laramide orogeny of the Rockies, Bighorn Mountains shows a main phase of uplift and exhumation of the range occurred in the latest Cretaceous and early Triassic. Critical events for the generation of Cordilleran gold provinces specifically included the 66 million year onset of dextral slip on northern splays of the Borden Ranges fault system in the Willow Creek district, the 66 million year initiation of a transpressive regime, and dextral slip along splays of the Yalacum fault system within the Bridge River district. Paleomagnetic results from late Cretaceous welded tuffs in the Kissen Group from the Sikhot-Allen mountain range have declination that indicate that the Sikhot-Allen block has rotated counterclockwise by 41 degrees plus or minus 16 degrees with respect to the Eurasian continent between late Cretaceous times and 53 to 50 million years ago. The data is interpreted in terms of a strong net horizontal force towards the ocean side acting on the lithosphere at the eastern margin of the Asian continent between the late Cretaceous and 53 to 50 million years ago. In the Saurashtra region of the northwestern Deccan Traps continental flood basalt province, India, Tholeiitic lavas have been intruded by the approximately 66 million year old Mount Girnar plutonic complex, which comprises olivine gabbros, diorites, and monzonites profusely intruded by dikes and veins of void-bearing cyanites and lamprophyres. Silicic alkaline complexes of Alec Barda, Girnar, Rajula, and Fanai Mata were determined to all be emplaced coevally with the main phase of Deccan Trap volcanism 66.2 to 65.7 million years ago. Additional events at the KT boundary. South Central America is a region characterized by a long-lived intra-oceanic subduction zone with a volcanic arc active since the late Cretaceous. It displays many characteristics of zones where epithermal porphyry copper and volcanogenic massive sulfide deposits are found around convergent plate boundaries. At 67 to 65 million years, minor quartz porphyry dikes were emplaced into central and eastern parts of the rejuvenated fracture system of the Greater Butte region of Montana. Moeraki boulders of New Zealand are from the late Cretaceous through Paleocene. As described by Coulson and Vetter, the central and western Solomon Islands are composed of an exceptionally thick succession of lower Cretaceous to Holocene rocks. On the origin of the islands, they state Cretaceous and early Tertiary oceanic basement rocks generally lacking terragenous material and extensively metamorphosed, contrast with overlying predominantly volcaniclastic sequences that are characterized by abrupt facies changes and relatively simple deformation. On the relative motion between North America and South America, according to Serrano et al., relative motion between North and South America, with at least a component of divergence, continued until approximately 66 million years ago. In the formation of the land bridge of Panama, with respect to the initiation of subduction zone magmatism at 66 million years, Warner et al. Say it is interesting to note that the accretion of seamounts from the Galapagos hotspot track commences at 66 million years. Oakey and Chalmers describe the opening of the Labrador margin between North America and Greenland as follows. They considered that there were 4 distinct tectonic episodes for the region: rifting and basin development with volcanic intrusions during the late Cretaceous, sinistral faulting and regional uplift during the Paleocene, folding and thrusting during the Eocene, and post-orogenic collapse with localized normal faulting and salt diaparism, as described by Oshomoji et al. Previous works on the paleogeography of marginal basins along the southern Atlantic show that the Maastrichtian between 72 and 66 million years ago was dominated by brief continental flooding and re-establishment of the Trans-Saharan Seaway. Marine flooding also occurred in southern Wyoming during the Paleocene. In the formation of the Argentine margin, Rodriguez et al. Described the process as having a first pre-drift stage from 125 to 89.8 million years ago, followed by an onset stage from 89.8 to 81 million years ago, with a growth stage from 81 to 66 million years ago, concluding in a burial stage starting at 66 million years that marks the cessation of the mixed system in the Paleocene due to bottom current intensification and transition to a pure contorite system which persists until the present day. Rhea and Janicek describe the wind-blown dust preserved in deep-sea sediment that can provide a direct historical record of global atmospheric circulation. Data from a reasonably complete Upper Cretaceous section of pelagic sediments recovered in the central North Pacific provides a good record of Aeolian activity during the time period between about 112 and 66 million years ago. The oldest seamounts of the Louisville seamount chain are dated to the late Cretaceous. As described by Michael Heads, it is clear that New Caledonia was deeply submerged. The main evidence for marine flooding in New Caledonia is provided by pelagic sedimentary rocks dated as late Cretaceous to late Eocene. As described by Seton et al., the mean age of oceanic crust is 64.2 million years, with the Pacific Ocean 65.7 million years, the Atlantic 69.2, and the Indian 60 million years, with the marginal and back arc basins having an average age of 47.8 million years.
Okie dokie. Wokey. That one? Yeah. Okay. So I'm probably gonna go smoke. Wacky tobacco. And play another video for another 10 minutes or something, 5 minutes, whatever the next video is. I was thinking of doing one of the short ones, then Earth from a different angle. Or I feel like there's another one. Oh yeah, spheres. Spheres is maybe worth playing. No, it's a little shorter than Earth from a different angle. Maybe I can set it up. Okay, I'll be back. Thanks for sticking around, guys. Hope that interlude was cool if anyone watched. Some old videos. Old napkin, totally fine, no difference. Barely used. Barely. Oh, man. Like with my sleeve, it's soft. Freaking cold out. I feel for people up north. I'm in freaking South Florida and it's cold. Oh, man. People in Wisconsin, freaking minus like 4 degrees high. So out here, that sucks. Oh man, that sucks, man. That sucks, man. Get nod. Sup with that? Sup with them angles? I haven't thought about it all that much since. Initially, I was gonna try to like really document it, and I was like, oh, well, there's only so many freaking large angles like that around the edges of the continents. Maybe I could measure them, but a lot of them were not so exact and easy to determine which would be an acceptable angle that would not be refuted, so it would be pointless to gather data that would just be refuted. So I was like, alright. So what to do? It would probably be worth watching some of this.
From the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C.
I hate to just watch a bunch of things. We can definitely go forward. Some amount more. This guy's introducing him.
Or how he got interested in science, replied, "How is it possible to become uninterested in science?" He believes that almost everyone early on develops a curiosity about the natural world, but in some people this interest just lies dormant. This curiosity, however, has never lain dormant in Dr. Cutler. In addition to his longtime favorite outdoor activities of hiking, birding, boating, and camping, he has engaged in wonderful adventures, such as when he took a sabbatical from his graduate studies, hopping a plane to Kuala Lumpur to spend the next 8 months traveling by himself in the islands of Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. He climbed volcanoes, trekked through rainforests, and sailed across the South China Sea in a small sailboat. On a more sedentary note, Dr. Cutler is an author, having written for the Washington Post and The Sciences, among other publications. He was a contributing editor to The Forces of Change, A New View of Nature, a joint publication of the Smithsonian and the National Geographic. His first book is The Seashell on the Mountaintop, which appeared in 2003 and was subsequently published in editions in the United Kingdom and several other countries of Europe and Asia to great critical acclaim. This book, which I have in my hand here, is also for sale outside of this room, and Dr. Cutler has graciously agreed to autograph your copies after the program. The subtitle of his book is How Nicholas Steno Solved an Ancient Mystery and Created a Science of the Earth. Steno, who was born Niels Stensen in Copenhagen, Denmark in 1638, was an important anatomist and mineralogist and has has been called the founder of geology. His observations and thoughts on the sedimentary origin of rocks, the effects of...
I was muted. I was saying, I think Streamlabs is selecting this display as a output in something that I have set it as a source. But then I'm also streaming just the display overall, so it is probably in here. Yeah, thanks. I was like, wait, I'm probably fucking muted. Yep. But I thought I'd just play the intro to get a intro to the situation of this video. Might as well.
Faulting and erosion and the angles of crystals led to studies that many consider the beginnings of modern science. What is equally fascinating about Steno is that while many of his studies were challenging the Church's teachings of the time about the origins of the earth, a topic of interest today, Steno became a deeply religious man, entering the priesthood, rising to be a bishop, and eventually venerated as a saint by the Catholic Church, which beatified him in 1988. In addition to benefiting from the information...
That's pretty crazy. So this dude, who is arguably the father, if you will, the founder of modern geology and modern paleontology, as at least a major contributor, went on from there seemingly, I think that's what he said, and that would make sense, to become a bishop, was it? It's high, and then whatever exactly he said. That's pretty, like, in response to this study is very, very curious. It's so odd that some of the, like, giants upon which modern science stands spent vast quantities of their energy towards other researches that have just been deemed moot and wrong and obsolete, like just not worth bothering with in modern science, where there's actually a disconnect. When, like, Newton is clearly more intelligent than anyone alive. No one alive can argue a greater contribution to modern science than Isaac Newton, and a greater rationality than Isaac Newton. And the dude with this rationality spent vast amounts of his time studying prophecy. And we think, nah, he missed that part. That part, product of his times. We know better now. We figured it out. We know these are fossils, even though they're not. We know that plate tectonics is true, even though it's not. We know the Big Bang happened, even though it didn't. And we know the flood didn't happen, even though it did. Whew. We're really not batting very well. We're like pitchers. Maybe that's kind of what it is. Like, the worse someone is, but like imposing it in the world, the more they're like a pitcher throwing a pitch to a batter who's someone who has to knock it out of the park because it's fucking trash. Trash pitch. Oh, what a lob. Oh, we got this model that makes no sense. We've disregarded all rationality of the past in favor of this new model that makes no sense, like quantum mechanics. Like, where? No. Anyway, pardon my rant.
And wise words of our speakers, we sponsor these programs to
Or
showcase the
hurrah, my
library's
rant.
collections. Not only do we have very strong collections in the field of geology, the subject of today's talk, but it is fortuitous that just a few years ago we were able to purchase for our rare book collections a first edition of Steno's influential work, De Solido. It has a longer title in Latin, which I can't read, which is considered one of the 100 most important works in the history of science. And now to tell us more about Nicholas Steno and the history of the Earth, it's my honor to introduce Dr. Alan Cutler.
Well, thank you, Bill, and thank you all for coming here today on this beautiful morning. I guess it's still morning. And
I was muted, but it sounds like those closed captions look like they were his words. Anyway.
to take the time to hear, I must have hit the slide button. Hear a talk about 17th century science. As Bill said, my training was in geology, and my original intent was to write a book about geology, not a book about a saint, and not a book about the history of science. I wanted to write a book just about geology and how we know what we know about the history of the Earth. In the course of developing this idea, I was working on a book proposal, and I decided that I wanted to talk a little bit about how the ideas, the principles that we use in geology, how they came about. And so I began a proposal and was working on a chapter, a sample chapter, because when you submit a book proposal, you must have a sample chapter. And I thought, well, I'll do this, Nicholas Steno, this will be easy because it's very basic stuff. I can just knock it off in a weekend. And in the course of researching the topic, I learned that not only was this fellow a anatomist and made a geologist, and that he was an anatomist, made some fundamental discoveries in human anatomy, and then lo and behold, he was a saint, which was in the mirror image, you might say, of the Galileo story. That rather than being condemned by the church, he was embraced as a pivotal religious figure. And I also found that in a strange way, maybe not so strange, but in an interesting way, learning about the philosophy and the religion and the science of the times really resonated a lot with what I see is going on in the world today. In the 17th century, this was after the Renaissance, but before the Enlightenment, books were still a relatively new technology, and there was an information explosion. There was new information technology that people were trying to figure out how to deal with that, how to deal with all this flow of information. And so there was censoring of books, and there was various things such as scientific journals being developed. So there was a time of new kinds of information and new information technology. So it was interesting to see how that affected people's thinking. Just as I was sitting at my computer and doing my research on the web, I was thinking about how that was affecting how I thought and how I worked. 17th century was a time that the world was getting a lot smaller, you might say, because there were voyages of exploration around the world, and a lot of new cultures and new ideas were coming into Europe, and challenging ideas that people had. So that it was a time like today of melding cultures and multiculturalism, you might say. And then finally, let me take a little drink. It was a time that a lot of new ideas were coming out that conflicted with many traditional ideas, scientific and religious. And of course, in the newspapers, today you're reading a lot about issues of science and religion, both in bioethics, but also in education. Creationism versus evolution. Science and religion, are they compatible? Well, what I was seeing in my reading, and I hope I can give you a taste in my discussion of my book today, was that at that time I wouldn't say there was no conflict between science and religion. There was, but there was also conflict between science and religion and religion. And there wasn't any clear borderline between a scientific mind and a religious mind. In every controversy, it seemed there were scientific arguments and religious arguments that were advanced. And often we read in the history books the scientific arguments of the people who won and the religious arguments of the people who lost. And that gives a little bit of a skewed picture. The specific scientific puzzle that was the nucleus of my book is one that's depicted here in a book that was published in 1671 by an artist, Agostino Silla. And the banner up at the top says, "Vain speculation undeceived by reason." This question of seashells found on land. This was a problem that had been noticed by people since the very earliest writings of the Greek philosophers and others. Thales and others of the pre-Socratic philosophers, they saw seashells and rocks, and that led them to think about, well, does this mean that water and earth are substances that can transform back into one another? And it was very central to the many of the early speculations about what is the nature of matter, seashells and rocks. And it led to the Greek idea of cycles of history, that land and sea would interchange, and that time was, and the earth underwent great cycles. There were other ideas, though, that came up that also
I don't know if I fully would accept what he just said. It led to the belief that, and then the cycles and all these things. I'm like, by seeing these seashells, what's interpreted to be seashells, in the sediments in the ground around them on land, and contemplating that it's like once was water and can transition between the two, implies that they were utterly unaware that the flood happened at a time that's much closer to the flood. So I'm not completely sure that I accept that. Like, I would suspect they would relate it more to the flood in some way, basically. If they were aware of it, which, I mean, they must have been. Certainly Atlantis mentions it, kind of thing. Whether or not that's in Plato, whether or not that's like a common knowledge that there was a flood kind of thing. It's probably known to a degree where people just actually understood that it was true, maybe, and maybe not all of them, but those that did probably did understand it to be true. So that's probably part of what was going on then. I mean, it's also at a time, like, very near the flood, probably, like post-flood. But earlier, I don't know. Probably probably thousands of years later. I'm not completely sure the timescales of things like that. In terms of like when the Greek Empire and Roman empires were really the windows of them. Anyway, the point is, I don't know if I fully would accept that what he just said. He basically was saying they saw the seashells, so they contemplated some like cause and effect, where the cause is basically saying they were modern day scientists of like mind to modern day scientists, where they looked at evidence and then attempted to draw conclusions, when that's really not something that is presented as, it's much more mystical thought in a lot of like the past. It's how things are presented, very religious based and like developing into science over time, but where there's like certain minds that are doing it that are like contrarian to the tendency of other than that. Anyway, it's not that important. It's probably something like a fill-in that he did from what he understood and like tying it to it, but maybe not like the truest of true statements in terms of things that he found evidence for. It's probably more in that line, is what I'm thinking.
The Greek idea of cycles of history, that land and sea would interchange, and that time was, and the earth underwent great cycles. There were other ideas, though, that came up that also connected with the phenomenon of seashells on mountaintops, and that was that the world had been submerged in a huge flood, and that these shells were remains of the flood. There were many flood traditions, but the one that's most familiar to us today is the one in the Bible, Noah's flood. And this is a picture of Noah and some of the passengers and some of the non-passengers, you might say. But this was actually, by the time of the 17th century, when Nicholas Steno was alive, this was an explanation of the phenomenon that was not very satisfying to most people, most scholars. There were several problems with it. One, in the Bible, the waters that submerged the earth came from the rain, and that would be salt water. And a lot of people that looked at the shells knew enough to know that the shells that they found were saltwater clams. So how could that be? But a more fundamental problem was that, as you see in this picture, there are mountains sticking up of the water. So the mountains existed before the flood occurred. And if the mountains were made before the flood, then how did the shells get inside of the rocks? A flood might explain shells lying around on tops of mountains, but not inside the rocks.
Unless the mountains are the products of the flood, in which case, all is well. Assuming they're fossils, but they're not. Some are probably. There's probably some boundary in which some things are real, authentic, living things preserved in some manner, where most things thought to be fossils, like ammonites, are products of the flood.
So people had to come up with other ideas. And the idea that was really the leading idea during Nicholas Steno's time was that the shells were not shells. They looked like shells. But these things that you saw in the rocks, in the shapes of shells, were objects that had grown inside of the rocks and took the shapes of shells. And that was an idea that seemed simpler to people than turning mountains into oceans and oceans into mountains. And I'll read you a short passage.
Both, though. Both, though. What they were saying, but with the process of the flood actually creating mountains, because it did. It's kind of incredible to me that there was a time in history that people thought about this deeply enough that they saw through what the apparent obviousness of the fossil. Because to me, it almost makes more sense that it would just go right to fossil. Wow, preserves of a living creature's shell in a stone. Like, the end. So the process begins. But no, there was a time people were like, hold up. These are not actually the shells of sea creatures. Wait, like, without shallograms, bruh? They must have saw some evidence, though. That's the thing. There's gotta be so much evidence. Because they're just not. It's incredible. It's incredible. People are like, how could someone believe that? Dude, how could someone see that back then? That's what I'm saying. Kudos to these people. They're perhaps worth really looking at their work in a deeper way. It's hard to find who thought that way. Besides Stelluti or whatever that I came across, I haven't seen a specific name.
From my book here. Bizarre as it may seem today, in the context of the time, this idea made perfect sense. Some of the more mystical currents of Renaissance thought were still popular, even among those who prided themselves for their rationality. Neoplatonists and Hermetic philosophers had taught that all things on and within the earth were shaped by plastic forces and invisible emanations from the stars.
Invisible emanations from the stars. Hermetic teachings. Dude. That kind of... I'm glad I'm rewatching this because I forgot about that. Like... What does it mean? Because I want to be surprised if there's curious relationships able to be, like, deducible, curious relationships. Crazy also that there's a time when the word hermetic was like a thing. Nowadays it's so gone, but it's just like the way it is. Like, what the fuck? Crazy.
No one knew how these mysterious forces and emanations actually produced stones in the shapes of seashells, but the world was a mysterious place. No one knew how a magnet's force caused it to attract an iron bar or orient itself toward the north. No one knew how the sun's emanations made flowers grow. These things happened in front of the eyes, yet they were still mysterious. Who could say what was or was not possible in the depths of the earth? Now,
incredible, I said. there must have been a reason religiously to doubt it. Because maybe the argument, like he was saying, that they would, if there was a flood, it would be on the top. They would deposit these things on the top. So, like, it's in it's in the mountains. It's not on the mountains. It's in them, and we can't accept the flood creating the mountains. I don't know. There must have been people contemplating that. But that's very hard to deduce without Google Earth and Earth expansion and lots of modern technology and observations that really help the process along. So maybe no one could do it in a convincing way, but someone might have tried and pieced together interesting parts of the puzzle that I might be able to come across if such things were actually like documented and preserved. It's like we only preserve the thought pattern that is like in agreement with the doctrine du jour. I mean, I don't know. I've lost track on what I was saying and to relate it to that, honestly. Wacky Tobacky might have been contributing to that moment. Shoot, I'm gonna hit play. But I'll, be attentive to updates on what that meant. It's not that it wasn't known. What wasn't known? I forgot what I was talking about. That Ammonites could be geological. I didn't realize it was even known as a possibility. I thought it was so obvious in like the just appearance of an ammonite that it would be just immediately never even hit the like consciousness of humanity where it's documented in the record. Like I thought I was having a almost new thought that's not besides like Hinduism and like the Vajrakita aspect, like in terms of like a novel scientific idea that wasn't really thought before, like say Hawaii formed like a sphere. I don't think anywhere that is like an idea in the past that was like put forth. I feel relatively good about that, but maybe. But I thought that about ammonites formed by the earth, if you will, and not being seashells. I thought people would generally be non-resistant to that interpretation. So there must have been a conflict with like religious interpretations that was making it so they thought about it more, so that they could actually realize that it didn't have to be a fossil, that it could be the product of the earth, and that the earth does create similar like complexity of similar levels that maybe isn't quite as complex, but if it created those two, it would create that complex. It's just that's the instance where it creates that complexity, maybe. And if we just ignore them, it can't create that. Then it can't create that complexity because we ignored the evidence that it did when that's what that was. So it's possible? Like, it's like that, but it's hard to like have that line of reasoning without some doubt for some reason. Or just seeing, or just literally evidence that was like hard to comprehend by fossilization. Like shalograms, but I just don't know. I guess there's probably all sorts of fossils that are like merged into one another that modern people who don't think about it just don't like think about it. Even if they see it, they're just like, oh, and move along. They don't like recognize that can't be. Those were physical things that like can't have overlapped one another like that, but they are. But some people do recognize that. Like, oh, what the fuck? It's hard to say what line of reasoning was behind this, like, without the actual authors. I might have to get this book too to see what references he puts in there.
Still, I mean, to us it seems remarkable how they could think how a rock could get the perfect shape of a scallop or an oyster or a mussel or a clam. But if we were to somehow, across time, ask them, well, how could this happen? How could a rock get the shape of a clam? They would ask us, well, how does a clam get the shape of a clam? Because this was well before any idea of DNA or even genes of any kind. So how?
Valid question still. Modern science can like kind of shrug it off, but and with like things like that, oh well, DNA, but it's still like there's not actually evidence of evolution. There's evidence of like changes within, but not like transition between. That's not actually, there is no evidence of it. That's just an assumption. It's a working assumption we go with, kind of like ammonites being fossils. Both are wrong. Another thing we're wrong about that we are certain of that leads to this like dismissal. Oh, now we have DNA. No offense, Alan. To a reasonable point, like, well, how do clams get the shape of clams? Like, the same question can be asked. Although, maybe the answer to the first sheds light on the answer to the second, which is quite curious.
How any object got its shape, whether it was a crystal or a rock or a flower or a tree or a seashell, that was something that wasn't understood. And the most respectable scientific, I'll use that in quotes, ideas were those of Plato and Aristotle. And in the Platonic view, things on earth got their shape from another realm, the realm of the eternal forms. And the information, you might say, to make a clam wasn't inside the clam, it was up there someplace. It would be beamed down, and that's how the clam would grow and get the shape of a clam. Well,
Realm of eternal forms. That's really curious. I mean, we got the periodic table of elements. Like hydrogen, for example. It makes sense that there would be forms that are just like tendencies that repeat themselves.
it seems reasonable that a rock on the top of a mountain would be in just a good position to receive those beams as a clam in the mud at the bottom of the ocean. So why not? And also, in the biological end,
notably, this argument that he's putting forth is being dismissed because of an interpretation that mountains were not caused in the flood when they are. Mountains were caused in the flood. Anything 550 forward, global flood, 550 million. Radiometric dating forward, global flood caused those mountains. Appalachians, Rockies, Alps, Himalayas, Andes, all sorts of mountains. And within those mountains, caused by current flows of the flood that were especially running into each other and colliding, leading to resistances, eddies were forming. So it would make sense that there's a bunch of eddies that are then producing geometric shapes in the matrix of the material that then have current flows propagating to those eddies and concentrating larger materials and creating like crystalline structures within that, leading to these fossils found in mountains that are like frequently found in locations where high pressures were, high resistance was present, leading to eddies more commonly. So like there's times in Earth's history when certain, like if we go to here to this ammonite thing and we go to say this one, found in Africa, Asia, Australia, Europe, and North America, not found in South America, Antarctica, although I don't know. For example, whereas if we go to this one is found common in Europe, North Africa, and South China, known from North America, especially United States, and South in Australia, New South Wales. So this one's more only certain areas, and this was in when was this? Upper Devonian. Which is like approaching this time frame. Let's see. 5 big extinction events or whatever. Big 5, there we go. Big 5. Late Devonian. Devonian Carboniferous transition. The late Devonian was an interval of high diversity loss concentrated into 2 extinction events. Largest was 372. This extinction annihilated coral reefs and numerous tropical benthic seabed living animals, such as jawless fish, brachiopods, and trilobites. Is this when trilobites went extinct entirely? Or did they during except end of the Permian? Okay. I just had a thought. I'd like to find this. Downloads. I was watching this video that I should talk about real quick because it's really seems related. Okay, it's called I Found a Giant Fossil on Google Earth. grab my attention easy, right? I'm like, is this thing like a fucking seashell? That's my thoughts immediately. Was, is this thing like a seashell? I found a giant fossil on Google Earth. Just trying to find a video. Here it is. This one. Crazy what's in this. Let's check it out. So first of all, the surroundings. I don't know where he is. Somewhere out west, United States. I don't know. I don't want to venture to guess. Let's see. Maybe it says in the video that I just pulled up.
I was exploring around a particularly inhospitable stretch of desert on Google Earth when I found something. Protruding.
Okay, so then he goes on to show this thing, and then he goes there, which is cool and awesome and awesome. But this is what he finds when he goes there, is this thing with all these little holes in it. Let's check him out as he gets closer. Da-da-da. Immediately see chakras. Shalogram features. Huge shalogram features too. And not just shalogram features, but huge ones that can be really looked at closely. This borehole. Oh damn. God. Maybe I should turn some music on. It's probably pretty frightening. Check it out. Borehole. I don't. So one thing I'm looking for, like, is there one of those little protruding things? There is some like weird something going on up there, but I don't know. Definitely like rounded. Clearly like a borehole. Just as in shallograms. So that's cool. I was just kind of looking at the layering. Looks a lot like shallograms there. Like a similar process, different scale. Layering here. Lots of similarities. Freaking cross here. There's like a divide there. That's detectable, I would say. It's got lower and upper half. The dog walks back and in, so like this seems like it goes through. Seems like there's a passage through. He just kind of walks in and walks out. Looks around. And the guy, he can't. He doesn't go in there with the camera, but we looks like we can see like the divide, just like happens in shallograms. Along this current path. This thing going on over here. Some features. This isn't even why I freaking brought this up though. None of the shallogram stuff to do with why I opened this in the first place. But it relates kind of more so to what we're talking about. which I've already forgot about. There's these. That looks a lot like things in the shallograms, like in this one. Maybe we can pull a picture up real quick. The way it's doing it there, here, the layering. And then like the chakra things that are kind of like these, like that one in a window like that. Although this one doesn't have like a row of the things like is on that, but oh yeah. So kind of reminiscent here where they're like spaced. Well, be kind of every so often with these things, but like scooping it out almost. And then some more over here. That would probably be interpreted as wind, the result of wind. Which made me think maybe it's wind and water in shallograms. That would be interesting. If there's like a collision of like super winds from the doom, even the doom shape itself had something to do with it. And its winds were like getting focused into this location of the shallograms, and that was interacting with the water flows containing matrix materials as the greens that then all got cemented together but shaped by the interactions of like air flows in water, like as part of the process. I don't know, that would be interesting. Like air with such high velocity that it doesn't like fan out. Maybe. So now, on top of this thing, with all this stuff, on top of it are these things that maybe, like, looking at one of them looks like a bone. If we saw like just this, it would probably be some kind of fossil. It would be considered a fossil. Let's see if I can find camera roll. I don't know if I have specifically any more images with the fibers. It made me think of the fibers that I've found around ammonites, around the shallograms, that look kind of like they could just be a fiber that happens to be on it, but sometimes they actually have structure that like wraps around. It looks like it goes into the material and comes back out of the material. Like it's actually lodged inside. Maybe here's one. Like this one, maybe. I think that's one. It might just be a fracture in that case, but it looks like that. Oh, that's interesting. A fracture. Looks like one. I don't see it here, but I found them. Let's see. Oh, Chinese scholar stones. It's also reminiscent of what we were just looking at right there. Again with the chakras, lobe, the chakra, lobe. Just chaining lobes and chakras though, where it's like eddying, but then progressing to the next one, eddying, progressing to the next one, eddying, and creating like a row of tires that like rotate, and then the next one rotates with it so that they kind of like move one another in the proper directions and aren't like resistant to one another, but it's going in and out like a thread in a fabric, in the fabric of the universe, really. And then we got these things on a larger scale system that definitely have like little structure to it, like right here maybe we could see, looking reminiscent of the like a baculite kind of structure to it, like where art's thou baculiting. Oh my god. It's up here. I know it's here. Not that one. No, it's all. These things. Looking kinda like that. Having layers to it. And tubular. Kind of but then branching weirdly. And just being embedded in this freaking stone that he was just walking around on top of it, just in it, but then not just in it, seemingly like we see a lot of lines this way, like so that at least seems maybe related to it. Like there's possibly current flows still traceable pretty well, where like crossing currents, there's definitely structure to these things. But then like it goes around, there freaking a pile of them, pieces of poop, just a pile of poo, poo poo poo. I mean, the way they break demonstrates that they're doing this like layering thing, that they have that flat edge frequently. And this one even looks more coiled. Whoa, that one actually looks coiled. Whatever reason I can't freaking zoom in on this is ridiculous. Oh my god. Oh, that let me do it. Totally coiled. It's like a freaking bun. Some kind of bun. Why did I think that related? I'm totally distracting myself from this. Dear Lord, I distracted myself. That's okay. We're taking a little stroll around Maine. Stroll down Maine. Side street of where the fuck did we just go? Okay. Why did that matter though? I forgot what it was that related to. Let's just carry on.
Beams as a clam in the mud at the bottom of the ocean. So why not? And also, in the biological end of things,
That's right, that's right. It relates to what we're freaking talking about. Ammonites. It relates to Ammonites. Where were we? Okay. We were not here. Let's go a little back. Where are the poo pictures? We were just at. I guess there's more. Okay, here we go. Let's just finish real quick. Go through these. Okay. Okay. So then slices. Slice. Which makes me think of the one I put in the book. So maybe I can find that quickly over here. Not this one, but this one with these slices. That kind of tendency in shallograms, where there's actually like a slice that happens. Like, what's that doing there? And then here, like, what? This place is crazy. What the freaking heck? It's like a skeletal framework as like currents built this structure, went through it some reason differently than the surroundings. Like, wow. Look like ocean currents much? Like, dear God. It literally looks like ocean currents to this day. Little ripples are, oh my. Where it wasn't like the flood was flowing every which way. Like, it stabilized where it actually had a consistency to the flow here, just like other places, where over time certain stable like flows, just like an ocean current, occurred, but then a new steady state emerged where like freaking mountains were formed because the earth was expanding. And the global flood was actively happening. Whereas now the earth has expanded, the process is stabilized relatively. Future, I don't know, but for a time since the flood, it has been stable. And here's some chakras down here, some lobes. So definitely high flow rate currents where there's like eddies happening. Eddy here above it, but still imprinting down here into it. Onto it and into it though. Like, that's not wind. Maybe wind like maintains it by it being as it is, but anyway, let's keep going. Very cool. Lots of curious pores. Lots of pores between the layers, just like shallograms, where like there's layers that are kind of sheet-like, thick enough that then between them is a region that tends to be where current flows, and that tends to be where eddies can propagate from in shallograms. Not this kind per se, but let's find a good example. Maybe even this one, where it's not creating an eddy in this case, it's just cutting the rock, but it can, off of things like this, create like an actual lobe and chakras and another lobe, and then create an eddy where like a current is basically flowing from, say, for example, here over to this side, and the pressures around it are such that it cannot move forward, like it's blocked here, and it cannot move sideways, this way, out, or down. So it's like held by flows until it etches like backward and creates an eddy in the current that's like going and finds like a weak point, either up or down, but it's down into the rock, eddies in that location, and then propagates. If it needs to do that, it would do that, but it didn't, probably also in part because there was already another like dominant eddy in the stone that was occurring here. Although, is that even the same one? Oh yeah, that's this. Okay, I was like, that looks like it's different. Strange down here. Just kind of see a chakra right there. That's like really going down. But like this could be a chakra right here, where it actually becomes the chakra over here. And then another chakra up here that becomes the chakra. Like more so here though. Probably, that's my guess. 2 chakras literally transferring the center of the eddy over here, where it's like, maybe I still have it. the image where the eddy is actually at the end of the eddy as it builds up material behind it that then pushes it outward, basically, all while trying to go that way, so that there's an eddy on the end of the eddy, very much like that. Like if there's an eddy here centered around here that's going in this way, out, back in, maybe through here, like actually into here, or in here, I guess. So if it's going in here, it would be going out this way, in this way, out this way, like out of the stone generally, through this, in this way, which would be like generally eroding this. But if it is the final like location of the eddy center that it's stabilizing in, and it's like creating a chakra there, chakra there, chakra there, that like couldn't really go this way, it seems, because this one was more dominant further over. Like this was still happening. But a curious case of a eddy of an ammonite at the end of an ammonite. So if we look over here, I'm pretty sure I have spiral at end of spiral, like this. At the end of this spiral, this thing goes out further to this as part of it, is another spiral, like in the final chamber. Again, this one has a spiral that goes around and then runs into this like drill point, and then right next to it is another eddy. So there's a drill point and an eddy, and then at the end of the spiral, like straight down from it, chakras of another one. Basically where one eddy is feeding another eddy, because the first eddy is like unable to grow further, so it just kind of fuels like a narrow current somewhere. It seems like it was trying to grow, like create another chunk that it removes, but it preferentially just went in here and eddied. Escaped the draw towards the center of this and instead was drawn more towards here, like an energetic some low pressure zone where the current flow is like tending towards some region where the surrounding pressure is pushing it towards. Like all the exterior flows that are generally way larger than the subtle flows involved in the current. Like, just flows. I don't know if this is the direction. Well, generally just flows, literally creating a planetary pressure, like a gravity holding the planet together, holding the galaxy together, holding the universe together, but really just way larger currents that are effectively difficult for the other current to escape because of their pressure. So then they go to a low. They like tend towards that location. And then over here, another low region, which is probably function of the rock in terms of like its geometric arrangement. High point here maybe, and down low point down there, divided across generally a widest point around there. So like this one is above it, this one is below it, this one is larger, this one is smaller, so it's like got like a plus and a negative, say. This one is generally a potential pole to pole, like current flow path that tends to happen because there's all these pressures. They tend to create flows that like on one side are tending one way, on the other tending another way. And literally like an equator, but then also pole to pole flow that is specifically like a belt, just like the equator is like a belt, that then tends to be how they flow. Probably something to do with like that there's currents going this way, wrapping around a pole, like definitely with some going the other way, like planets, but maybe like a dominant side. This side is predominantly one direction, while the bottom half is predominantly another direction. Is a tendency. It's not always the case. It depends on the shape of the stone and everything, but a tendency that maybe at times can have countercurrents too that are recessively there. But point is, when this one goes into this current, it like tends to, like, imagine a current going across this width here, across it, but where it runs into some other current that literally wraps it up and bends it. But then it's in these currents, so it can like go that way, but it can also run into like it's coming back that way. So there's currents wrapping around that way from the other side that are gonna tend it to go also back, leading to an eddy here generally that maybe overall creates the exact ammonite structure, but then also leading to a current going back down, leading to an interaction of tangential currents here as well, which then leads this cross current going across this way to dive down into the rock, an eddy there, which probably more this way, eddying, going past and behind and forward kind of thing. And if it's going that way, it seems to make sense that it would have generally been flowing in like a large belt currents like that, and in this instance, maybe it like ramped up and went back when it runs into this, like generally eddying into this end. Like it didn't influence this region because it was ramped above the currents enough to like go atop it and not apply enough of a downward pressure, but then it basically started to go back down, leading to more of a pressure downward. So again, leading to just flows into the stone here. I would say there's a good chance something like that's going on there in that one. But point is, eddies create these things. Eddies create eddies at the end of the eddy. Okay, let's carry on.
Aristotle had taught that certain organisms, especially things like mollusks, clams, and snails, they reproduced by spontaneous generation. No one had ever seen snail eggs or clam eggs. So they reproduced any place, reproduced and grew any place where conditions were right. So if there was a place in the desert where the sand was kind of salty, and then there was a rainstorm, so it got kind of wet, well, the clams would grow by spontaneous generation. I mean, it wasn't their fault that they were growing in a place that they weren't going to do very well in, but on limey rocks or salty soils far away from the sea, there was nothing stopping the clams from growing. So this was a perfectly reasonable explanation. Any one of us, if we were back in that time, we would have said, yeah, of course. I mean, a mountain turned into an ocean, but isn't it easier to turn a rock into the shape of a clam? Now, there was another problem. I'll add that it wasn't just the reasonableness of the clams, but there were other things that people found in rocks that didn't seem to belong there. Here were some geometric forms. On the left, there's a cone, and there's a cylinder on top, and then below that, you can see some stars. Now, as a paleontologist, I today would immediately recognize the one on the left as a belemnite, which is the internal skeleton of a squid-like organism that lived in the Mesozoic, and I will see that the things on the right are crinoids. They're stems of the sea lilies, relatives of starfish and sand dollars. But to them, these were stars and cylinders and cones, and down the bottom, you see mountain turned into an ocean, but isn't it easier to turn a rock into the shape of a salty soils far away from the sea? There was nothing stopping the clams from growing.
Not bad.
So this was a perfectly reasonable explanation.
Gracias.
Any one of us, if we were back in that time, we would have said, yeah, of course. I mean, a mountain turned into an ocean, but isn't it easier to turn a rock into the shape of a clam? Now, there was another problem if, oh, and I'll add that it wasn't just the reasonableness of the clamps, but there were other things that people found in rocks that didn't seem to belong there. Here were some geometric forms. On the left, there's a cone, and there's a cylinder on top, and then below that, you can see some stars. Now, as a paleontologist, I today would immediately recognize the one on the left as a better. Well, the clams would grow by spontaneous generation. I mean, it wasn't their fault that they were growing in a place that they weren't going to do very well in, but in limey rocks or
I shouldn't have done that.
salty soils
went too
far
far
away from
back.
the sea, there was nothing stopping the clams from growing. So this was a perfectly reasonable explanation. Any one of us, if we were back in that time, we would have said, yeah, of course. I mean, a mountain turned into an ocean, you know, but isn't it easier to turn a rock into the shape of a clam? Now, there was another problem if, oh, and I'll add that it wasn't just the reasonableness of the clamps, but there were other things that people found in rocks that didn't seem to belong there. Here were some geometric forms. On the left, there's a cone, and there's a cylinder on top, and then below that, you can see some stars. Now, as a
Very much reminded me of a shallogram in here. One that I have. I guess I could get. I just don't want to hook up the frickin' microscope camera. Pull out the shallogram. I know exactly where it is, though. It'd be cool if I could find it. It wasn't that long ago. Doobity-doo. Sorry if my tone of voice is always annoying. People are like, what the fuck, dude? Stop talking like that. Dagnabbit. There's so many cool shallograms. I almost wanted to stop at them. Wow. I guess it's been a while. It's been a while. Here's one where it has a crack. It's forming one of these current flow paths like this. And then it just forms a freaking ammonite in it. Boop. Chakras. And then those chakras are really part of this one, like in terms of it goes out that far, so going over here, like it's in the same region, it just relates to this crack. So instead it's like divided in some way. A couple more over there being like partially imprinted, another one there being partially imprinted, another crack relatively parallel to that one. Like exactly bounds that one. Coincidence. I know a coincidence when I see one. Coincidence. Any more questions? Might have to take a closer gander at that one too. I still don't think I've seen it. I might have went right by it. It might be like 2 on this list. There's that one. I think I have to have passed it. I probably skipped it. Where are the frickin' images? So be it. I'll just hook up this microscope. Oh, nope. What the? That doesn't make any sense. I don't have a camera over there. It's just frozen like that. Like, that was eerie though. It was like it was truly a camera there. That there's no camera there. Wow, Twilight Zone. Okay, how do I turn on microscope? Add video capture. Microscope. Turn on said microscope. It's literally right here. Okay. Close that. Okie doke. This shalogram. It's been a while since I looked at this one. But it has this. And then it has it more above and below these. Like they're all like that, but these have like pillars in them, chakras. This has a friggin' chakra. Chakras we've looked at closely. Like if we can go in pretty close here. I need to adjust this though to do that. Maybe that's a fiber or something. That one isn't as conclusive as some of the others up here, in that there either are or are not. Wow. Okay, so that just reminded me. of that.
A paleontologist.
So we have something claimed to be what this is, I guess. That's cool.
I today would immediately recognize the one on the left as a belemnite, which is the internal skeleton of a squid-like organism that lived in the Mesozoic. And I will see that the things on the right are crinoids. They're stems of the sea lilies, relatives of starfish and sand dollars.
Crinoids. Crinoid. A. Quite incredible. Like, is this real? Are there currently crinoids? Okay. So they're just relating this thing to a starfish and sea urchin. But no, there are not. Got it. Got it. Just relating it because we assume.
But to them, they were stars and cylinders and cones. And down the bottom, you see the star. Well, you find stars in rocks, but no one's saying that the mountains used to be the sky or the rocks used to be the sky. And how do you explain these things? These shapes people found in stones, the alphabet and simple geometric forms. So lots of things could assume strange shapes within the earth. So to concoct an explanation just for clams and fish bones and other things, it didn't seem very reasonable. Another difficulty with the idea that land and seas had traded places is that if you looked in the history books, there was no mention of it during historical time. And if a mountain had risen out of the sea, certainly somebody would have mentioned it in the history. And if it had happened gradually, well, there just wasn't enough time.
Not if it happened during the flood and no one was where they were before and had no freaking clue what was going on. I mean, I'd imagine there's Native American things that speak of like young mountains. Just seems like the place where there'd be something, if anywhere.
This is a picture of James Ussher, a leading biblical scholar of the 17th century, and he's famous for his estimate of the Earth's age from sources in the Bible, Genesis, that...
I think a major difficulty is a lack of capacity to adequately envision the necessary forces and scope of the flood. Like the concept that it would deposit seashells. It implies a low energy flood that kind of just sat atop the surface so that it didn't matter. The mountain didn't care that the flood was there. That's not how the flood was. The flood said, "Goodbye, mountain. Nice knowing you. You're now deposited over there. People wonder, how did the Appalachians get over here? Well, there must have been a vast river system that brought it all the way across the continent. Shit, it brought it to friggin' South America? What a river system. Appalachians everywhere, who cares? Grenville, Rajni gone. Just over there now. Ancestral Rockies. Flood said, hold up. These mountains, they're not where I need them to be. These are the new boundaries of the earth, and that's where we need mountains. Sorry about that. New mountains. And people just had to deal with it. They don't know. The earth freaking expanded to a new radius. Before the flood, continents were all one landmass. Ocean was on North America. And like parts of Europe and Russia, I believe, and probably other places. But certainly not after the flood. That wasn't the same. The earth expanded to a new radius after the flood because of the flood. As a result of the flood, the earth was cut apart into different continents that then allowed for the crust to sever adequately to then space apart, to be filled, have the space between filled in by flows of basalt, probably highly driven by the flood energies, effectively. Well, not probably, but definitely. In terms of, I say probably in terms of like actual water flows, or just like the eruptive interactions with the Earth's heat. I don't know. But, anyway, I lost track.
That the world was created 4004 BC, October 23rd at 9 o'clock a.m. And this never fails to get a chuckle, but at the time, the most reliable source of history was thought to be the Bible. And Ussher actually incorporated a lot of cutting-edge scientific information into his work. He looked at eclipses and when the equinoxes would have been, and used that to correlate different events that he found in the Bible. So this was a very intellectually respectable approach. Kepler and Isaac Newton did much the same thing. But so there just wasn't time for geologic change on the scale that these fossils seem.
It wasn't time for us to disregard the fact of the matter. It took time to disregard it, to forget it, to not appreciate it, to truly and earnestly not appreciate it, to not appreciate the fact of the matter took time. It took generations of people further and further disconnected from the reality of the situation. Only then could the fact of the matter that the flood happened be denied. Only then.
To imply. Now, this is
by me included.
Hero, you might say, of our story.
In my
Nicholas
youth.
Stenonius.
Not any longer.
That was his Latin name. He was born Niels Stensen in Denmark, and as was the custom of that time, when he enrolled in school, he took a Latin name, Nicholas Stenonius, and that has been further anglicized to Steno. So we call him Nicholas Steno. He was born in Copenhagen in 38, excuse me. His father was a goldsmith, and he entered college and studied anatomy. This is image of the anatomical theater in Copenhagen. At that time, anatomy was a really exciting, forgive the pun, cutting-edge science. People were beginning to challenge some of the old classical ideas about the structures of the human body that had been inherited since Galen and other early anatomists. And dissection was a public spectacle. People, the fashionable set would come and listen to, just like we would watch Nova or some program on TV, they would come and watch dissections of executed criminals, and the anatomist would cut open the bodies and pass around the organs, and people would learn about what was inside their bodies. And Steno, perhaps he inherited some of his father's skill using his hands. He was a phenomenally gifted dissector. He could cut apart very delicate tissues and reveal structures that no one had ever seen. And so he became an extremely famous anatomist. And as a result, in his medical studies, he also not only learned about the structures of the human body, but learned about other things in nature, different stones and plants, because these were all part of the healing art. And there were some odd-shaped stones called glossopetra that were thought to be very effective medicinal stones, could be antidotes to poison and other things. And during his education as a physician, he learned about not just things that we would normally associate with medicine, but some of the beginnings of mineralogy and also topics like botany. But after he had made his reputation as an anatomist, after graduating from the University of Copenhagen, had spent a number of years touring around Europe. He was invited to Florence, to the court of Ferdinando de' Medici, who was the Grand Duke of Tuscany, and Ferdinand was the man who had been the patron of Galileo after Galileo's condemnation. And in addition to taking Galileo under his wing, Ferdinando financed an Academy of Experimental Sciences to further the researches of Galileo. And so when Ferdinando invited Steno to join that academy as a guest, Steno jumped at the chance and arrived there in 1666, and within a few months, a very fortuitous event occurred. Fishermen off the coast of Tuscany captured a giant shark, and no one had seen a shark this huge before, and the Grand Duke ordered that the shark's head be cut off because the body was rotting very quickly, and shipped up to Florence so that his new anatomist could dissect it, which is what Steno did. And in the course of dissecting the shark's head, he noticed that the teeth of the shark resembled in every detail those medicinal stones, glossopetra. And this started him wondering how these glossopetra could have the same shape, and yet they would be found up in the hills and in the mountains. And his reasoning on this was partly drawn from his science, his background as an anatomist, and looking at biological structures and studying them to understand their function and their growth. And he could see that these were biological structures, but also from his very, very strong religious views, that God wouldn't make shark's teeth without a shark's mouth to go around them, that God did not make things in vain. So he was convinced, and he wrote in his report to the Duke that these were the teeth of sharks, and that this was a similar problem to the problem of seashells that people had found for so many years. So that the shells and the teeth really were what they appeared to be, the remains of aquatic organisms. So the question was, though, how did they get inside of rocks? And this is where Steno...
Oh my god. It's kind of funny if you think about it. They're like, this thing looks a lot like these other things. But it could also be a product of the earth. And then someone else comes along and says, this thing looks a lot like this thing. So that solves it. Even though it's the same thing, just repeated with a different circumstance. Where in this case it looks like shark teeth. Maybe it's additional like supportive evidence in favor of it being actually what it looks like, but it doesn't actually change anything. He didn't demonstrate it. He just was like, well, look how close they look. It must be that those are therefore fossils. But it's the same thing. It's just based on look how close it looks.
becomes a geologist.
And then he goes on to develop like basis in terms of law of superposition and other things that are like geological, but like it doesn't demonstrate that they are fossils. It just further supports the line of reasoning in that it appears more like they are by being additional evidence, but it's still not proven. From that moment on, it was not proven. It's just been additional evidence in favor of kind of thing. Never with a proof, because no one bothers to prove it, because it's just accepted fact at this point.
He looks at rocks and wants to determine how they're formed. And the simplest logic is that if the rock, or the tooth, which is a solid object, is inside of a rock that's also a solid object, then perhaps when the tooth arrived in the rock, that the rock didn't exist. It wasn't solid yet. It was soft. And that it had formed by particles that had accumulated in the bottom and then had later solidified into solid rock. And this is what we would now call a sedimentary rock. But in looking at the formation of rocks and the differences between organic structures like teeth and physical structures like crystals in the way they grow, Steno was starting to think like a geologist. How do crystals grow? How they differ from biological structures?
Starting to think like the people that followed in his footsteps. In a sense, is what he just said. Like, that doesn't make it so. It just means they followed in his footsteps.
Structures. Also, he developed a way of thinking about these things that was new and geologists still use, and that is that the structure of anything reveals how it was formed. You can look at a tooth and see how it grew. You look at a crystal, how it grew, a rock, how it formed, or even a landscape, how it got its present form. So he extrapolated these simple ideas from very small scale to a larger scale. And this was the idea that he developed in his most famous book, De Solido, and the subtitle, which Bill didn't read to you, is there, De Solido inter solidum naturaliter contento.
Hilarious. Anyways, I don't think I got to this yet. Some more, and that's still not it, but some more, just clear evidence of shallogram mechanics at play here. Keep going. This I thought was interesting. It's like relatively like that kind of thing going on. Very strange. Here's the top of that. So there's really firm boundaries. Like wind, no. Still not to it, but wow. Lots of current flows still visible. Incredible. Divides kind of like that shallogram had. Get very shallogram-like features. Rock that's like this. Boom! There it is. We found it. The turd that has swirled. Ammonite-like turd. Which then I was watching a video on that island, which apparently has changed substantially across time, and I think the images showed it kind of swirling like in a curious way, but I didn't take pictures anyway. Point is, this is swirling, and it's clearly not a fossil. When it's just like a pile of these things that take random shapes like we saw, like it's more of a grid of current flows, the skeletal framework of the Earth itself, which I feel like happens in shallograms, kind of like Dwarka Sheila. Where there's like an actual skeletal framework. I know this is just considered a coral, but these are maybe not. Like a current flows just eroded out everything but the skeleton practically, where this is just like a skeleton. That's how I see it. And then there is ones like this one that I will pull up in a second somewhere in here. There it is. This one where we can kind of see a grid-like thing going on. Like here, all those dots, and then the dots happening in there, dots out there, dots over here, but dots out, like what are they doing there? But there's like subtle appearances of that throughout the whole stone where it's just less obvious, like, is it going on right here from like right there this way? Maybe, but probably it's just these just totally remove the material down the channels, whereas these have like a overlaying shale that maybe even like boop could be punctured and it's just like kind of like these. Where it's not thick, it's just like a thin layer. Where the innards of the stone are less black shale, more pyrite and quartz, that is then more able to be like a skeletal framework to the stone, whereas the shale just coats it. Coats the skeletal framework, making it not look like this, but still have a skeletal framework that like is coated in black shale. Very common, I think, that is a thing that's happening with these. Also, incoming. This wasn't out of stock a few days ago. Incoming. I cannot fucking wait to see this hologram. There's only 3 images. This one, and this one. This one, which is already profound as fuck. Without even seeing it additionally. But oh my god, to see it more. So I got this one as a because it's a proof. It's such a strong proof. It's relatively cheap for such a strong proof. Where it has a chakra and which would imply an ammonite was like atop this, and yet there's one like going into it at a different angle. That we can see the chakras kind of forming between here and the lobes out on the 2 sides that I've talked about before several times. But this one, and I got the other one that I really would hate to see sold and not have it to study. It would have been unfortunate to not be able to study it a little closer. The one that I proposed as a proof positive, and still am very confident it cannot be refuted, except with like excuses. Maybe excuses can be made where people just disregard the reality of the situation. This one is in roots as well. Both are in root from India, so it'll be a while. Although this one might be by like early February, mid-February for the other one. And this one, I got 2 small shalograms that were like $10 each. Because I was like, well, I gotta pay for shipping to get it through their website where it's cheaper. Their Etsy shop is gone, taken down temporarily at least. I don't know if I can find the ones I got, but I can generically find the type that I got, like this kind. These little ones, not as cool as these ones. These were sold out. Maybe I could have got that one, but I didn't. This one's pretty incredible. Like for sure I would have been interested in this one if it wasn't sold out, or in this one. Especially this one, it's cheaper. But I got some like that. 2 of them like that. That I'm gonna probably inspect pretty closely with the microscope. That was my thought. I specifically got ones that have a lot of surface roughness details. Like it's not too smooth and just nice and nothing like this one, for example, is not that compared to this one. Although this one's surface details are kind of like randomy, so it doesn't look like there's more complex structures than just erosion necessarily. Maybe a little bit. This one maybe has some interesting things, but I was looking for something that was still for sale because a lot of them are not, which is cool, but also I think I might have got one of these. I was thinking about this one. It might have been this one. Not completely sure. And another one that was a little cheaper. Might have got this one because it has the circle. If it was this one, I think it was this one because it's sold. And I might have been considering it because of the surface roughness. Literally, to look at under a microscope, I was thinking if it's this one. I don't know. I'm not completely sure. Maybe I would think it would be more complex surface details like this one. If I got that one, I don't know why I didn't get this one. This one, like over here, I definitely would like to see that in a microscope. But anyway, 2 of those, the bigger one, and then I was looking at the Rudrakshas. And like these are all like not 31,000 rupees, 11,000 rupees. It's like 1,000 rupees to $10, something like that. So this is $300 easily. So these can be expensive. But I was looking through here, and some of these are like legitimately $1. So I bought a 3 mucky, a 4 mucky, a 5 mucky, and a 6 mucky. I think. Something like that. That were all like $1. For some reason. I don't know why. I went to the end here. It's like maybe there's some Rudraksh. Whatever these things are. Like I don't know what to make of these either. I haven't really inspected them. They're significant. For certain there's something of relevance to them where I should look at them. But I just haven't. But I was just kind of took a gander through. And I was like, oh shoot. Some of these are actually not bad. Like 900 rupees is maybe even still high compared to some of the ones I was seeing. Like legitimately one of them was like 75 cents or something. So I got a bunch of those just like as a starter pack to check them out. Like there's definitely something to them. I don't know what to make of it. Like that, like this one. I might have got one like that. I think that I was considering this one. I mean, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they have like divides. The number of divides indicates the number of mucky, whatever that is. Muckies. 5 muckies. And then there's all sorts of meaning to these that and I don't know much of anything about them, but I thought, why not while I'm at it? Maybe this one. It's still. I probably did these. I suspect I did these 3. Or like this one and this one or something. And then they're just like gonna send me a different one. Because that is like such a generic one, maybe. I don't know. Or maybe I bought like this one. Maybe one of these. I don't remember. There's no way to look at it either. Maybe I can look at it actually. I just don't want to try on stream either. Let's see. I think it just generically says the title and doesn't like provide a link to it or anything. Three mucky, 4 mucky, collector 5 mucky, 6 mucky. The 6 mucky was 50 rupees. The 3 was 75. And then 2 shallograms, and then the main shallogram. 2 small shallograms, and the main shallogram. 3, 4, 5, 6 mucky. Okay, cool. So I'll definitely look at those too. Check them out, see what's going on, see if there's anything that is of interest. I mean, they seem generally interesting. I just don't know what to make of it in a more specific way. They're seeds from some plant that then are like treated in some way. I believe they are in some kind of shell that they remove. Like it has a material that they take off, like a fruit, but like way thinner. I believe that then sometimes it's left on them as well. Yeah, I probably got like one of these. Maybe that one. That might be the exact one. 154 Mucky Ruksha. That might be it. I mean, it looks nice. I like the authentic. Like, are people making fake Ruksha? Rudraksha? Like, probably. But they can just grow them. I don't know. It seems silly. Maybe not everyone can grow them, I guess. Holy crap. 111,000 rupee. Let's put, oh yeah, that's right. $1,284. What? Dimensions, millimeters. 31 by 23 centimeters by 2 centimeters by 1.5 centimeters. $1,200. I don't get it. I'm kind of speechless sometimes around these things. Like, what the? It's not like they're all like that either. Like, what the fuck? Some of them are legitimately like $1. I got 4 of them for like $1 each. But like this one, a single mucky, $127. $3,000 for this guy. 32 mucky. This one reminds me of a shallogram ammonite. Makes me think of an ammonite. Almost like it has this more chambers, more muckies. It becomes more ammonite-like. So strange. Okay, I should probably play the rest of that video. I might actually go smoke while it plays and watch it from my phone. That way I won't interrupt it again by totally forgetting that it is playing it. So strange. And I'm just scrolling through these things. It doesn't make any sense. I'm so glad that some of them were like $1. Like that one's $5. 7. Yeah, what is freaking 350 rupees to US dollars? That's the most I paid for them. $4. The least for any of them was 58 cents. Might as well just give it to me at 58 cents. It's pretty crazy. Just buried amongst these other $100 ones. Like, why would anyone buy anything but the ones I got? I don't get it. Maybe they have really important features that are super rare that only seeing them can reveal something important about the nature of reality, but I can't fathom them being differentiated in that way. I mean, it's probably just the general quality of it and the number of mucky, and just arbitrarily by how cool it is, I guess, or how perceived cool it is. Some reason the ones I got must have been thought to be pretty boring. Oh, these are trash. Someone can have them. Okay, I'll be back. 15 minutes, huh? Okay.
My pronunciation is probably terrible, but what it means is on solids naturally enclosed in other solids. How do you get one solid object inside of another? And this was where he developed further his ideas about not only the formation of the actual rock material around the fossils, but how that material accumulated. And this is a diagram from de Solido. That is the world's first geologic cross-section. This is supposed to depict Tuscany and the stages in the formation of the Tuscan landscape. That if it starts in the bottom right at 25 and goes up and then up and ends at 20. Starts out, the layers are laid down one after another, and then a cavern forms underneath and it collapses, making a valley, and then another sequence of strata laid down, and that collapses, and the cycle repeats itself. And within, this is not correct in all its details. Steno did not have an appreciation of the role of rivers in cutting valleys. He assumed that the deep valleys that he saw around him in Tuscany were caverns that had collapsed. But his thinking in reverse engineering, you might say, this landscape is precisely that what geologists use today. And in any introductory geology textbook, you'll read about Steno's laws of stratification. The first one being the law of superposition, which is that in a sequence of strata, like in 25, they're laid down one after another, that the one on the bottom was the one that was laid down first, and then above that, the next one, and so on. So you can read this sequence of strata as a time sequence. His other, the second of his laws of stratification is called original horizontality, that sediments that are laid down by water are first laid down in a horizontal sheet. They're not plastered on irregularities like a crust of some kind. They're particles that settle down by gravity and are in horizontal layers. And you can see that here in 25, and we can see also that later on that horizontality is shifted after the collapse. So another conclusion you can draw from that is that if you see rock layers that are tilted, that implies some event that has tilted them, that has deformed the crust of the earth in some way. His third law is what's called lateral continuity, and that is that in any blanket of sediment, it's not going to end just abruptly because it's soft. It wouldn't just pile up here without slumping over to the side. So when you see, as in diagram 20, B and C, there are strata that just end abruptly and there's a gap between them. That implies that they used to be continuous, which we can see in diagram 22, but that material has been removed. And implied in this is one of the basic ideas in geology, which is the rock cycle. Sedimentation, formation of rocks, and then some kind of deformation, mountain building, uplift, or whatever, and then erosion. So the material that was taken out from diagram 22 and removed to make the valley, that sediment that would be washed down someplace and deposited elsewhere. So very simple ideas, so simple that it seems surprising that someone would need to discover them, but very profound in what they imply and used today by geologists every day. It's the logic of delving into the past in the Earth's crust. Makes perfect sense. But people didn't buy it. But they already had their explanations. They already knew that these things grew in the rocks, and as I said, changing the earth, flooding it with water and everything just seemed too elaborate. And besides, there was even experimental evidence that shells and other things could grow in place without any snail or clam involved. This is from the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society several years after Snell's book was published, and a physician there was reporting that he had found in doing the autopsy of a woman that in her bladder, he found perfectly shaped shells, snail shells. See? Figure 3 and Figure 4. These clearly had grown inside of the woman. No one could say that her bladder used to be the ocean. And it fit with ideas that had been around for a long time, that the human body was a microcosm of the whole world. And so stones growing inside the human body were perfectly analogous to stones growing in the flesh, you might say, of the earth. Now, another member of the Royal Society, Robert Hooke, who was a very accomplished scientist there, and someone who had independently developed a number of the ideas that Steno had written about, Robert Hooke pointed out that even if that woman's bladder had never been in the ocean, the surgeon's sponge definitely had been in the ocean. And perhaps the shell had fallen out when the surgeon or an assistant was blotting up the blood. Well, the moral of this, I suppose, is that when you've got an explanation that works, it's very hard to dislodge those ideas. And kind of to my surprise, the resistance to Steno's ideas seemed to be most from scientists who had ideas about how these things would grow.
I gotta come back for a moment. There we go. The snail in the bladder. That Robert Hooke. That definitely kicked off my Robert Hooke comment, I guess, earlier. But the snail in the bladder, he says, could be from the sponge, and then it's just accepted as fact. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I'm curious if there's any other cases of similar things that are maybe not just written off as... I mean, I could see it being from some inadvertent, somehow getting in by some way. But on the sponge, on a sponge that I guess he assumes was used. And then he says ocean when it says snail shell. It initially said snail shell, which I don't think is really like ocean per se. It's more snails, which maybe it could be on a sponge. But like, where's the snail? If it's just like a shell, it's kind of weird that it would like leave its shell there. It's kind of odd. I find that story odd and curious. It's a bladder, which is really a place where fluid is passing, and maybe they got some kind of blockage in their bladder and it grew out of like similar material to like a kidney stone. I don't know why it would be in the bladder per se, but I don't know the human body well enough to know if that makes any sense. But like some fluid that is like being caused to repeat certain patterns within the body, where it actually starts to create a structure that grows, that then has like pressure because of some blockage in the body, in the bladder, that led to the fluid being like directed into the system. I don't know if that really makes any sense. I mean, I honestly would lean towards accepting the Robert Hooke explanation if there are no other cases whatsoever of anything of that nature. Although there are like teeth and cysts and things. I mean, the body can grow like human things. So it's possible there's some like transitional thing where the body can even like almost grow something else, like a like a evolution kind of concept, but where it's just doing it spontaneously more so. Like I think of the potential of humans or some other species like transforming in sufficient environmental condition stress where like they can't exist as they were. So rather than truly becoming extinct, they like go through metamorphosis and like transform almost like an atom under sufficient activation energy can change. Okay, anyway, curious story. I thought I should at least comment on it. I'll probably disappear again. What do I got? Another 8 minutes? Okay.
In the rocks, and ideas about how science was done. Science was done by experiment. You did something right there in front of you in real time. You know, cut open a bladder or swing a pendulum. To look at rocks or any kind of other structure and use the geometric evidence of how things are arranged to deduce the sequence, that didn't work. That wasn't science. It wasn't science of the past. And it's actually alarming to me reading lately about some of the issues of education in this country where creationists are saying that all studies of geology in the Earth's age are necessarily speculative because you can't do experiments on mountains. It's all in the past. It's not scientific. Well, it is scientific. And there's a saint that proved it. Here he is. Actually, at the same time when Stina was working on his geological ideas, he was undergoing a religious conversion. He was there living in Italy, and evidently for a long time he'd been going through a spiritual crisis, partly brought on by his departure from uniformly Lutheran Denmark, first to the Netherlands, where there's all kinds of different ideas that he was faced with, and then in Italy, where he was surrounded by Catholics who were not the sinful, horrible people that he'd been taught during his childhood, and he converted to Catholicism, which won him great praise in Italy, but in Protestant Europe, he was very strongly criticized for it. And he ended up, he had intended to continue his work on geology. De Solido had been intended just to be an abstract, but he got more and more wrapped up in defending his decision to convert to Catholicism that he decided, well, he was just going to do theology full time. And he became a priest, and consistent with his personality that he tended to put 100% into everything he did, he spent the rest of his life in Northern Europe as a missionary, living in poverty, a life of self-denial, and he destroyed his health, and he died in 1686. And people often ask me, did he renounce any of his scientific ideas after his religious conversion? And the answer is no. He didn't reject them, and I've found no objection from any religious authorities at all. They weren't troubled by his ideas of the history of the Earth. He saw that the sequence of events and the formation of the Earth were perfectly consistent, or consistent enough with Genesis. And part of the reason why this puzzles us today, I think, is that we tend to think of this conflict between science and religion in modern terms. At that time, a creationist you would differentiate that from someone who believed the world was uncreated, that the world was eternal. And this was the idea that was threatening to the religious authorities at that time, not that the world was maybe older than 6,000 years, but that it was eternal. And I've got another quote passage from my book that I'll read on this. For a Christian, the world could not be eternal because only God was eternal. To say that the world was eternal denied that it had a beginning, that it had been created by God. Indeed, that it had been created at all. People were eternal too in the cyclical view of time. This raised all kinds of problems. If a person could borrow money in one cycle and repay it in the next, which some pagans saw as a perfectly acceptable practice, then where was the urgency for a sinner to reform and repay his debt to God? And the whole idea of salvation was thrown into question if the birth, crucifixion, and resurrection of Christ were not unique events in time, but happened again and again ad infinitum. God forbid that we should believe this, wrote St. Augustine, for Christ died once for our sins, and rising again, dies no more. Now, there were people who were alarmed at the time scale that Steno's work implied, but there weren't too many. It was perhaps more comforting to know that the world did have a direction, and it wasn't cyclical, that people weren't eternal. But unfortunately, whatever Steno himself thought about the time scale, we don't know, because his vast notes that he refers to in De Solido, that he was going to use to solidify his conclusions, they've all been lost. So unfortunately, we don't really know what he thought about the time scale that his work seemed to imply.
I thought that was interesting. The potential that there's lost work from Nicholas Steno, who this was about. It's pretty interesting.
But I'll
It's kind of like lost Tesla work that was bought by Trump's uncle kind of story. Which maybe, I don't know.
leave with this quote. I think that he was relatively comfortable with the idea that there were mysteries, perhaps timescales beyond our normal comprehension. This is a quote that's often repeated. This was during his last public lecture as a scientist, and it is, "Beautiful is what we see, more beautiful is what we understand, most beautiful is what we do not comprehend." And in his life, he went from the second, his quest to understand nature and the details of it, and then he went on to study the absolute in his religious quest. And I'll
Curious that he used the phrase. Let me play it again, so I don't get it wrong.
from the second, his quest to understand nature and the details of it, and then he went on to study the absolute in his religious quest. And I'll stop there and beyond our normal comprehension. This is a quote that's often repeated. This was during his last public lecture as a scientist, and it is, "Beautiful is what we see, more beautiful is what we understand, most beautiful is what we do not comprehend."
Most beautiful is what we do not comprehend. Ammonites. Like the reality of Ammonites? Wow. What we do not comprehend is also the reality of Ammonites. Crazy how that's kind of applicable, how incredible they are, and yet not understood. I don't even understand them really. That's why I'm really trying to relate them to chemistry and things. Do something more than just tracing them and proving that they're the results of currents. Like, proving they're the results of currents is good, but then, like, well, what are they? They're, like, if we go to Eozoon condense. Literally, Dawn Animal of Canada is a pseudo-fossil. What is it? A pseudo-fossil. What is a pseudo-fossil? It's not a fossil, but what is it? Well, it's not a fossil, but what is it? It doesn't say, is my point. Like, we've lost fucks to give. As soon as we were like, this isn't a fossil, people didn't give a shit. John William Dawson described the banded structures of coarsely crystalline calcite and serpentine as a gigantic foraminifera, which was thought to be the oldest known fossil. It was found in Precambrian metamorphosed limestone of Canada, which raised the alarms that it wasn't a fossil. It was later found in several other localities. Dawson called it one of the brightest gems in the scientific crown of the Geological Survey of Canada. In 1894, it was shown that the place where it was found was associated with metamorphism. Similar Eozoan structures were subsequently found in metamorphosed limestone blocks erupted from Mount Vesuvius, where high-temperature physical and chemical processes were responsible for their formation. So, did we stop giving a shit? Isn't that fucking mind-boggling? 1863, we discovered something. Because we thought it was a fossil, people cared about it. But when we stopped recognizing it wasn't a fossil, they really didn't care about it anymore. Like, this story ends. It's still really interesting and worth further, like, inspection, I'd imagine. Like, where's the rest of the documentation now understood to be not just like some generic process of metamorphosis of limestone, but like something more? What is it? Like, it's still like a unit. Like, there's a reason it was thought to be a fossil, is my point. Anyway, same would happen with ammonites, where if they're not fossils, well, then what are they? And my interpretation is they're this iterative fundamental particle that occurs across scales, that galaxies are, that solar systems are, that planets are. And that ammonites are, and atoms, and probably all sorts of things that are hard to like differentiate beyond. Essentially, everything is after that. It's just where like in this and that, it's almost like one after another. rather than like atoms and planets, which are pretty far apart. Because they're subtler, there's just so many of them, so that they become like the spectrum of all that is. And, like the wavelengths are all the subtler ones, and subtler and subtler. But it's all the same structure that repeats itself fractally. So I interpret. But like, okay, if that's the case, then I should be able to overlay it to atoms in a profound and revealing way that would really seal the case. Like, not just all these other things, but also relating it to atomic structure. Like, I see some connections, especially with the periodic table of currents involved, which would like relate it somewhat. So my thought pattern is like go from shallograms establishing why their current flows are at play, and then really go into like a whole section of what they are in reality, which then would be relating it to atoms and relating it to the periodic table of currents, and hopefully actually relating specific details of ammonites to specific details of atoms in some way where like it seems to apply the more I look around at the ammonites and try to like figure out some similarities, that then some pattern exists that allows for the pattern of atoms to overlay, some overlay that's like getting the two right, so I can see it almost like like a polar glasses or whatever, where like nothing gets through except at the right wavelength. And if I'm not overlaying it right, it's just not fitting the grid right, and it's not doing it. I can't actually get it to click, but there's gotta be a click. Almost like a lock, like a picking a lock. That kind of makes me think of that pie crop circle. Like if someone had like one of those vaults. What's that zombie movie with that Drax dude that they're picking in Las Vegas, picking the lock at some casino? That kind of lock picking thing. Like, it makes me think of some code that when exactly put in, it is the key of the universe in a way that unlocks true understanding of like the nature of reality, I guess, of the universe. The key of the universe that unlocks the universe. Maybe understanding of the universe so much that it unlocks the universe. That would be cool. Whatever that means. Fucking, it makes me think of. It would just be amazing to have like mental influence on the physical world, like a Jedi, like that for that to be a thing achievable, not just faked but achieved. Maybe it's through unlocking the code. code of the universe. Okay, so I could continue. We're 5.5 hours in. Holy crap. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Whoa. Imagine people have left, have came back, have left. In some classifications, these are left as suborders, included in only 3 orders. These 6 orders of Emanordia. Okay, anyway. In part on the ornamentation. So ammonites are classified based on ornamentation, meaning, I guess, suture patterns. Decorative function, which is what would be the interpretation of a suture pattern. And structure of the septa, which is this curved segment there. Which I believe that's a nautilus shell there, because the septa are inward. Which makes sense, because if there's a frickin' animal resting in the shell, it would it would tend to create like a inward pressure, I guess, at the center. I don't know. Like maybe it like actually participates. I don't think it's participating, but I don't know. In terms of its physical presence mattering. But these are inward, whereas ammonites tend to be outward, apparently. Which I believe it talks about here. Shell anatomy and diversity of ammonites. The basic shell anatomy. Chambered part of the ammonite shell is called the phragmocone. So I guess up until it has a section that doesn't have the chambers. I'm not sure that ammonites have that same, like here we it's literally up to the end. I mean, I guess the idea is that it then eroded away and is gone, and the portion beyond the phragmocone is just gone, I guess. Progressively larger chambers called camerae, singular camera, that are divided by thin walls called septa. Only the last and largest chamber of the body, we already read this, was occupied by the living animal at any given moment. As it grew, it added newer and larger chambers to the open end of the coil. So I would imagine a good interpretation, regardless of the validity of the modern science, is that they do grow from like the center outward. The structure is growing outward, not inward. Makes sense. Makes complete sense that the structure is growing outward, not inward. And that as it's growing, it's creating larger and larger chambers, where the outer whorl of an ammonite shell largely covers the preceding whorls. I'm just thinking about it literally cutting the next lobe while growing outward. Like, basically, when it's cutting lobes above and below, like say, where's a good example? Here, I guess. It's cutting above and below, creating the next lobe. But this is less defined. So it's probably like creating this internal eddy where the eddy is growing outward of like a water, occupying the space and eroding. But then it's growing inward and like going through these channels that it etches. From something like this though, it starts to erode this to then have like weak points like here, and over there, and over here, over there, and just shape it to have dendrites that then over time grow into something more like this. As is evidenced by shalograms and the full spectrum of shalograms. So it seems water is probably going in here and out like around a boundary while it's kind of cutting through this material. Generally, it's not actually flowing along its surface with high pressures where it's like held against it so much where it like has to go through there pretty much. Like it goes through the whole range of possibility. It comes back around if it doesn't get through. But then it goes in over here and starts eroding this side more like this, while this side is not having that happen. But it's growing, while it's doing that, it's growing this boundary seemingly from like cutting from like a starting point, which is probably related to the dendrites forming as like essentially when a dendrite forms. Oh my god. Okay, where it's a lobe like this. Chakra, say like here. Chakra. And then there's a dendritic thing in here. It's got like a dendrite that then has like a space and then a dendrite. Space, dendritic thing. Space, maybe a little dendrite there sometimes. Dendrite, dendrite. So then there's actually spaces where current is eddying. And possibly, like, it can also happen in here. All sorts of ways it can happen depending on the circumstances, like how the surface is, pretty much how it's being eroded and how it was to start and begin with to like kick off the process. But then, like, if the current is still not getting through, what happens, it really forms these like fingers that there's a space between that can physically act as pressure points for the water that then pushes it downward. Which then branches into general resistances to then generally typically go away from the eddy center and into other pressures like that and just begin to grow. It doesn't necessarily connect. So like over here, the dendrite is probably relevant. I suspect the presence of it forming a dendrite. I don't know how universal that is. I haven't looked. Pardon me. I'm gonna keep doing that, I guess. Oh, Lord. Like, if there's a branch off, it doesn't necessarily have a dendrite. That's also tends to be like the low point. And the high point, like actually low and high point. And it does tend to branch off here. And I don't think I'm just like envisioning this. I do think it does at times at least have like a structure in that position specifically. We can kind of look through, I guess. See if we can find some more fully formed type. This one has an opening there. A little different in what's going on. It has a one there too, which definitely is another place it can happen. Whoa, you're still here. Crazy. I was like, there's no way. There's no way. I feel a little bad to even keep going. Oh, shoot. I'll appreciate it. Holy crap, 6 hours almost. I could just keep going too. It's only 9:45. I could probably go like 9 hours. This is endless. Oh yeah, I was looking for something, huh? Oh, here's a good one. So this one does actually different than what I drew, where it has one of the dendrites forming at that point. So that's interesting. With one there, and then seemingly maybe one there. I don't know. Of these things. None of these are really like growing off of dendrites. To even compare the position of the dendrite. Maybe that one. But I only got that one image. Whew. It really... Like 1, 2, 3, 4. It almost makes me think. I don't know if I can adequately envision and describe what I'm thinking. Fuck, I lost it. was too busy thinking it made. Okay, I got it. It's like, okay. So we got a region here. This lobe that has then within it 4 quadrants. Then, like, seemingly current preferentially goes in here and, like, in there too. Like, there seems to be some kind of divide in here and here and here, but mainly, like, in a quadrant, in a quadrant, in a quadrant, and in this quadrant. Leading me to think, like, if there is a general space like this, like over here, that has not been eroded yet. That, like, when it starts to it's gonna start to form eddies on it, I guess. Like, if there's a region where the current is flowing into, but it's under pressure, it's like pushing out, it's basically pushing out the boundaries as far as it can, and then filling it with pressure, with more current that is like eroding to those boundaries. So it like saturates out the boundaries almost through the stone, and then it starts to occupy that space with more current that can't go easily further, so that as it flows into this region, it like has nowhere to go, so it starts to create eddies. So I'm thinking, like, there's not always this cross structure. Sometimes there's like maybe something, I don't know, like something different, or like this maybe, or something other than the cross structure kind of shape of the dendrites here. But this is very common because it's balanced. Like, this shape just lends itself to being segmented into 4 quadrants. It also lends itself to being segmented in, say, 5 quadrants, with one like over here, like 1, and then 2, 3, 4, 5. But I don't know if that's necessarily as stable as the 4, so maybe this wouldn't happen very easily. Or 3, like 1, 2, 3, without the 4, 5 kind of shape, where then it would have if there's 3 eddies, I guess we would say, one would be on the far side here. So it would have a down, and like it would basically go down and then kind of like a K, I guess, in terms of the dendrites, like a dendrite shape that then has like a dendrite out that way, dendrite out this way, and then a general dendrite across that like goes lower towards this area, but is generally that shape in the side. Maybe more bent towards the sides like this. Like towards this edge kind of thing. I don't know if that's a thing that happens. I'll have to look around, really. I haven't like compared these very thoroughly. This would definitely be something to compare. This one's like the cross. That seems to make, like, it's just significant. It's also a plus. Positive. I wonder. there's any benefit to thinking about it in a like positive negative kind of way. I mean, I certainly think of these eddies as being like the protons, and the mounds of the dendrites as being like the neutrons. Although I don't know if it's that simple, because it seems like it would need more neutrons to like than protons, where this is a 1-to-1 ratio. So there's probably more to it than that. But then, like 5, let's see, what would 5 be like then? For there to be 5 eddies, it would then create seemingly a dendrite, like say like this, and then dendrite, I guess between these, dendrite, dendrite, presumably dendrite here and here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's interesting. There's a possibility that to have 5 eddies, it really needs 6 of these like braces. I don't know. I gotta think about it. For sure. Let's see if we can find some shallograms that are like of a angle we can see similar details. Like here, we kind of like this would be where an eddy was, and then a dendrite, and maybe an eddy was forming up there that was smaller. So and then something going on here. But it's not enough detail. Don't think we can see. We need a direct on angle like this one. So like dendrite. This one's way less looking like an actual eddy was there. It looks like a current was there. It's almost like it's like the opposite of what we're just looking at. Like this one like fits in there almost. It's looking very much like it's of the same nature, but a mirror. So like a different side. It's kind of crazy. I mean, this looks a lot like current flows. It looks a lot. Like current is literally wrapping around it. Although maybe actually more around these. Like going this way. Probably this way. And then around. Like that. And then around. Like that maybe. With some like in and out here maybe even. Although this is eddying. These probably are still eddies. Just in a different plane. That are like on it, going sideways kind of thing. That are essentially going through though, something like this. And then getting as far as the pressure can and probably out of the tips of the dendrite. Like the porosity of the stone. Removing material, making it more porous, making it more like it is, and then like the shale, like literally removing the shale and the pyrite, whatever else is in the rock that's not larger grain, and just removing it. Okay, so those are similar. That's curious. Here's another one. Very much like that last one. Might even be the same one upside down. Yep. That would explain it. Like here, are there eddies? Or is it like an eddy like that? Something more going on here than just eddies. Although this is important. This might actually be the angle that it's like cutting it into chambers. So this is like another chamber. So it's not really looking at it at the right angle. Because it was a smaller eddy. Even though it like expands out this way from here. Smaller eddy that was like its furthest boundary, I guess. And its chambers would have been like going in the plane that we're looking at by there kind of thing. Maybe. I don't know. Due to the rock, probably, the shape of the rock, the material, the amount of material available. Here's another one that has a bunch of just like finger gouges. Claw marks. Whoa, I don't remember this one. Wow, that's this. It's a freaking ammonite. Oh my god. I don't think it occurred to me how ridiculous that is. Oh wow. Has to have sold. Already thinking, is it available? There's no way. Ain't no way. it's small, it might actually be relatively cheap. I don't know. If it was available, or I might be willing to throw down. Oh god, what the frick? Could we not show my login too much? Not that that mattered, but I'm a little afraid of, like, if I was doing a 6-hour video and abruptly right here put in some, like, credit card info. I'd be like, oh my god, I gotta delete the whole fucking video. I think maybe I can edit it on YouTube. I don't know. That would be a sad face. I forgot. I have no idea where this shallogram is. There's so many cool shallograms. I really hope that a bunch of people start sharing images of incredible shallograms once my research is able to get some attention. Just out of the blue, a bunch of shallograms start showing up on the internet. My grandmother had this. It's just the most incredible, mind-boggling. Oh my god, work of art. Just kept in someone's, like, home where they pray or do puja, do the things that are associated with it in Hinduism. 1, 2, 3, 4. It does seem to have 4 quadrants. Maybe that's another one and another one. Like 4 protons, but then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7, 8 neutrons to support the 4 protons. It would be incredible if I could reason this out. But yes, this one's a good one because it's circular. And what is going on here? It looks like it's got really small eddies. Small one here, small one here, small one here. Like small and around the boundary. None really here. Crazy. Like, what a dendrite pattern. It's kind of incredible looking. Doesn't even make sense. These things just don't make sense. Modern science don't care. Honey badger don't give a damn. Or whatever. I feel like that's actually... It's the only thing I can think of, honestly. That the chambers are like the neutrons. And then the shape of the chambers is basically the product of eddies that we're forming that are each individual protons that make up an atomic structure that is it's not atomic, it's just how energy arranges itself in certain conditions that is what atoms do, so it's atomic in that sense. guess atoms perhaps are just like energetically alive, where shallograms don't have the currents flowing through them anymore that shape them. So they're more like universes that have like ethereal cosmic energy flowing through them, in a sense, like in where ethereally their shape drives currents still through them of ether that flows within it, just like it flows in everything, just subtly, and propagates still as a product of the shapes of these, so that it's still like alive, like a universe. I almost saw freaking stars and galaxies and things when I scrolled down on those. Like, wow. But instead, they're more frozen in time for us to see. Maybe atoms are similarly frozen, but I doubt it, because they're able to react. Shallograms, I don't think they can react. Ammonites, I don't think they can react in general. It would be crazy if someone put two ammonites together, heated them up to like a sufficient energy, and they literally reacted. That would be hilarious. Wow. Like a fucking nuclear explosion. Oops. I was just heating some ammonites. How was I to know? I'm sure that's happened. I'm sure people have heated ammonites enough that if in like clusters, even inadvertently, where they like melted them and there's no reaction. So they're probably just more so dead because the currents are not flowing through them. But they're not like functional anymore. Whereas atoms are alive because they're like on such a small scale that the energies that flow through them always, and are not like dwindling. Although maybe there's some of that at play too. I was looking at this one. It's hard to say if there's eddies, although it's kind of interesting that over here, like this thing that looks almost like an eddy, where an eddy should have been, but it's kind of weirdly shaped. Over here, where that should be, actually seems to be an eddy, so that kind of supports that there was an eddy here that maybe started up here and went back this way, so it started down here. I didn't even mean to do that. It went up this way, eddied like there. Inward though, notice how it has a little tail like an ammonite, maybe a little center there. Doing the same, maybe generally from like there over. But this eddy removed a neutron, I guess. It's like the eddy is gone maybe, and the neutron is gone, making a alpha decay, I think, of like a hydrogen atom. Alpha decay. No, that's helium. Types of decay. Is it beta decay? No. Isn't there something that releases hydrogen? I guess it's releasing helium, and I'm just freaking derping. I think it's just a proton. Neutron in the nucleus breaks down into a proton, releasing a high energy electron. Crazy wrong number of neutrons. What were we just looking at? Oh my god, them tabs or whatever's. None of these, I guess. This one. If these like dendrites are generally neutrons, then maybe there's like 1, 2, 3. Like it's kind of breaking down into several over here and over here. So it just was like, that's too many neutrons. And the eddy stripped material away to literally remove some neutrons. But did so maybe by removing shale, like an electron cloud. Could a shale be functionally an electron cloud? The fine-grained particles, basically, that layer the outside of the system. I mean, it's beyond. That's another thing. What is going on here is beyond the ammonite and into the matrix. Although this process can like unfold such that it removes the matrix and turns it in, converts it into ammonite. So maybe atoms are more idealistically formed in that they don't really have like the matrix so much, whereas shallograms are forming in a matrix. I don't know. Or there's where it's just like way more complex, I guess. Way more things going on than just the concept of a single atom that's like one layer, like different layers at play here, where not just the scale. So there's more complexity and maybe like smaller scale stuff is going on around the atom, if you will, where there's other things that are less discernible easily. Meanwhile, that's going on. Like, it's kind of like a Pac-Man mouth that comes to a point here, but then from there is a squiggle up and another squiggle this way. And then up here, seemingly coming from over around there somewhere, is this. Maybe. Or was that this? Where this is probably here, yeah. So where this is, below it here is that. So maybe that is that. I don't know if that makes sense. But then that points to this, which has these little shapes to it that like that just looks like inside along the surface of a chakra, in how it tends to be frequently, where this one is polished smooth, but a lot of times it looks way more like this. And then again we can see inside it's way more white, quartz-like, whereas the outside is more shale coated in this, where it may be like shale throughout, but here the shale was removed by current flows that are literally stripped away the subtle particles, which the shale is the smallest particles that these are composed of that scale, that they're actually rock and not like ether. I'm sure there's more to it. From that angle, it looks way less like blown out. Although, yeah, definitely eroded out. Something happened there. Okay. I still haven't found that one. Here's a good example of one that's just kind of eroding the next tier, but not even connected. Doing it in a strange way that doesn't really make sense because it just didn't quite do it like fully. I would probably erode this away, create like a dendrite here, one of those segments there. Like creating an area. This one's good because it really, like, whoa. It's got what seems to be a center one. And then one here, one here, one here, one here, one here. Maybe one there. Some other stuff going on. It makes me think of like a higher electron orbital, but a higher nucleus orbital or whatever. I don't know if there is such a thing in terms of what we consider in modern science, but it really makes me think of that. I wonder if like there's a tendency in these to have like a sequence where there's like 2 and then 3 and then like it supports 2 eddies, then it supports 3 eddies, supports 4 eddies, supports 5 eddies, and then at some point it supports like 8 eddies, but it has like 15 neutrons in the shape, so that it becomes something more like that. Like this is way more complex looking. Seems to have a freaking nucleus thing going on over here too, kind of like this. It's like a baby. It literally looks like it could seed it off the side, boop, and just be like one of these. Like another one. Like this whole rock came from another one kind of like this that was in front of it here. But a larger one rather than a smaller one, where this rock was like the small one here attached to it. That would be crazy. It's very suture patterned on that side at least. I'm just thinking like this is like the end of the ammonite kind of thing, where the last chamber, where as it approaches the end there's more suture patterns, which maybe points to why there's that. Interesting that they're not the same too, like this side doesn't have that. Very strange. mean, this is... looks like it's missing some of its structure, maybe, or... I don't know. Something's up. It's less clear than this side. This one's kind of cool. It's like a mini, full-blown shallogram type. I'm still looking. Oh, I opened these because it's freaking incredible. This one, this one, this one. Like, it clearly just looks like it. It's like the way it is. A line across, line across, line across up here. Somewhat of a line type thing, and then just the shape of it looks very much, especially like this one. Like a boundary here kind of thing going on. Layers. Layers down here too. These seem to be cutting across this way. What an incredible shallogram. Wow. Uh-oh. Better not be a copyright struck for that. For that 9 Inch Nails thing either. So it's more like this, where the other one is more like uncertain what it is. It's got like an actual full-blown ammonite between these layers, but it's at the region where this cross current is happening. So there's a current wrapping around like this that we can see, and then another current going generally across this way that we can see, maybe running into it, like as it wraps back, it's running into it and like holding a boundary here. So maybe going this way across and then bending a current that's going this way upward in it, but it's at like a whole width. So as it's going across like the whole way, maybe, and pushes this current around into the current coming across that like creates a boundary here as well, maybe, while the two interact, leading to the wrapping around in all these layers and these layers. Fish. Whatever's going on here, that's just freaking strange looking. It did not know what it wanted to be when it grew up. I feel you, dog. Oh, I just noticed that. Whoa. Go back. Doo-ba-doo. Like, what the? Right here? What? What are the odds? Dear modern science. Allow me, please, modern science, to highlight the anomaly. as best as I can. Let's go. It's specifically that way. Specifically this way. Specifically this way. There. Somewhat that way. And then notice also dot 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 dot, dot across there. Seemingly across there, maybe related there. Across here. 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 This is not part of the structure of these things. And yet it's in terms of like the fossil. What the fuck? Fossilization explanation. And then it's really chakra like. Look at that. It goes down, over, down, over, down, over. But also again like chakra does. Chakras do. Creating like a different tiers. One higher energy, one lower energy route. Where it goes at a different like portion up here, goes even higher up here, like maybe down across that way kind of thing too. Across here, looks like maybe there. I mean, it's clearly has some flow. Through this. So that seems based on up here. There's an angle here. There's an angle here. That seems to suggest that some reason there was a current going that way. Wow, there were other currents generally going around. I don't know if this is the direction they were going. Let's say they're going that way. But if they're coming up on this current, it would kind of make sense that it would push it up, and then it would get past it, so it would fall back down. Get past it, fall back down. Same thing here, push it up. So it does at least... as this current erodes it, have some semblance of matching that, the features in that regard. So that's good. But, like, modern science doesn't, like, there it is without my drawing atop it. How incredible. And then the layering. This reminds me of the one the mystery one I got for $20. That is incredible. That initially I thought might not be real, but I looked at under a microscope and like, this shit's real. Where it has like a perfect let's try this guy. That boundary that cuts in and then like widens, and then there's just like more grains. at the very bottom, it's almost like a few layers wide, and then it just widens as it goes to the right, and it goes more upward. Very reminiscent in the like structure of what I'm seeing over here, and then widening, narrowing. And then the layers, like this stone has layers like this. This one. And that's actually a separate layer on the outside of it. Far too perfect to be artificially made or anything. But where that separate layer starts really fine over here. That's pretty incredible. Especially my head. My head's all up in there. Shoot. I'll get my head out of here. I feel like I see ripples kind of emanating from the top left corner of the structure. Like a brachiopod type thing. Even though there's a split thing that's going through it in a different direction than the kind of rounded, just going across, like up and down, but with a bit of a roundedness towards the left side as a focal point. Then looks below the thingamajig. I guess I can actually do this. Do this, and then turn my camera back on, I guess. Then go to camera. Probably open the wrong one. Ah, crap. Oh well. Too late. Okay. I never did find that shallogram. I think I might head out here. 6.5 hours, probably adequate to get some things off my chest. So, in summary, ammonites are not fossils, and another episode on that subject matter. What a surprise. Certainly a little broader than most shallogram episodes tend to be, where I'm just looking at specific ones and their details. But still pretty shallogram focused. I do like the idea of the neutrons and protons and trying to pursue that really as best as I can. There's gotta be something to it. I feel quite confident that that's what's like the best possibility, and almost certain. The more I think about it, like that's kind of what I leaned towards for a while, but it just makes more sense now. Still struggling to exactly like as it, since an ammonite gets way bigger as it gets bigger, but like a proton's mass doesn't, to like relate that, I guess. And a neutron's mass doesn't. So if there's like a single chamber at the beginning, that's way smaller than a much larger chamber at the end, how can they be of the same nature? But I guess the answer is that at some point they transition to like a higher orbital and have more protons and neutrons to like account for the actual difference, and maybe even exact atomic weights make sense in the isotopes and things, and based on just like a sequence of the ammonite structure and relating it to atoms. Okay. I am going to bid you guys adieu. I don't know if I should do an outro. I don't really have a Shalagram camera set up or anything to do a Shalagram outro. Shalagram. I could do a video, but that's pointless almost. Almost just extending it for no reason at this point. So I guess I'll just end it, and I got something in my eye. See you guys in the next one. Thanks for watching. Oh, and enjoy the concert, Gary. I like that. It was cool jam band. I don't think I responded very much, but